jurors are here, so we're going to get them and we'll get started. Have your witness come back to the witness stand, please.
And Your Honor, if we're going to go on the record, I just have
Loretta, don't bring him in yet.
I just have 3 things to put on the record.
How's that?
I just have well, I guess 2 things to put on the record before we start, Your Honor.
Okay.
The first one, I guess I misnumbered the photographs yesterday, and so we're missing number 67. And so I just want to put that on the record.
Okay.
And then defense is stipulating to states exhibits 94, 95, and 96, and they are the diagrams
Okay.
of Agent Bogue.
Right. Okay. Was that it then?
Yes, sir.
Anything else from defense before? Ms. Morrissey, anything else before we get started?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Loretta, bring in the jury. Good morning. You may be seated. Officer, why don't you come back to the witness stand? And let me just remind you, you're still under oath, all right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead and take a seat. Ms. Walker, you may proceed.
Ms. Walker, just real quick, can you approach?
Yes.
Give me a second. Ms. Walker.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning.
I'm just going to go over a couple of pictures that we already talked about. I'm going to put under the document camera States Exhibit 68. The lighting on this screen isn't very good. Can you see that, sir?
Yes, I can.
Exhibit, or the one that's marked 18, was that in the room?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Whose gun was that?
I don't know.
Okay. Thank you, sir. And is that where you guys found it?
Correct. Yes, that is where we found it.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
I'm going to approach you with what's been marked as Exhibit 31. Has been admitted. And sir, can you please remove the item from that?
Okay. You want me to put on some gloves?
Sure. They're behind you.
You said remove it?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And is that the mace that was taken from Mr. Arriola's hand on the
Yes.
date that you did this, process the scene?
Yes.
Can you describe to the jury how mace typically works? Is this something that's squeezed from the side or the top, or how does it work?
On
And
this,
if you could stand up so they
Okay.
can see you.
on this particular model, something that I carry as well, there's a clip like a safety on the top. So in order for it to be deployed or sprayed, you'd have to lift up the clip and then put your thumb underneath it in order to deploy it. So if you're just trying to push it from the top, it's not going to deploy because this is kind of a safety mechanism. That way you don't accidentally spray anybody yourself. But it needs to be lifted up and then sprayed.
Thank you, sir. And Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Yes. I'm approaching what's been marked for identification purposes as States Exhibit 78 through 93.
Okay.
Do you recognize those?
I do.
How do you recognize those?
Those are photos that I took of the scene.
Okay. And do they appear to be in the same or similar condition as when they were taken?
Yes.
And is it an accurate representation of the scene?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves admission of exhibits 79 through 93.
No objection.
Is it 79 or 78?
78, sorry. Through.
78 through 93 will be admitted.
And may I approach, Judge?
You may. Yes.
And before I move on to these new set of photos, which will be my last set of photos, I'm putting under the document camera, again, States Exhibit 68. And just for clarification purposes, sir, Is this what the mattress looked like when you entered the room?
To the best of my recollection, yes.
Okay. Did you have to move it to put the marker in there?
Yes, we had to lift it up in order to get a photo of where that rifle was located.
And in this photograph, we also see what says area at work, like a shoebox, I guess?
Yes.
Did you also place that there?
I believe we did. I don't remember. I believe we did because it helped get a better photo and held the mattress up. That way we could show in the photo where the rifle was located.
Thank you, sir. Okay, I'm putting underneath the document camera, it's been marked as State's Exhibit 78. Can you describe to the jury what this is a photograph of?
That's a photograph of the exterior porch area as you're coming in from the driveway towards the residence. And those three markers you see there are defects that I found. They were actually pointed out to me by the sergeant from SCSO at the time.
Okay. And can you tell us how you typically go about documenting a scene where trajectory is involved? What's your guys' first step?
First off, again, we'll take our overall so on and so forth, and then at this point, I was just assigned myself to document any trajectory or type of defects that might be in the house based off what I saw. So what we'll do is we'll put little small ruler markers, like little tape rulers, millimeter side up, and we'll just place them underneath it to get a reference of how big a defect was. And I'll just go throughout the house and see if there's any defects where they're at and photograph them.
How do you typically label what you called a defect?
I label it as I1, I2, and it just stands for impact.
Do you recall how many impacts you documented at this scene?
I don't. If I had to guess, 13, 14 at the time. I don't remember exactly.
Would that be in your report? Would that refresh your memory?
It would, yeah.
I'm good.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Okay. So, yeah, at the third bottom paragraph, it states.
Let me ask a question.
Okay. You know why I want to.
Has your memory been refreshed?
It has.
How many impacts did you document at this scene?
14.
14. And what is a trajectory rod?
Trajectory rod is a little rod. They come in different sizes that allows us to place through an impact spot or a defect spot to see if we can get an angle of how a projectile or something that impacted a wall, or in this case that porch, what type of angle it was going at.
Okay, so I'm putting underneath the document camera Exhibit 79. What is this a photo of, sir?
That's the same photograph as the prior one. This one just shows trajectory rods through those impact sites.
Now I'm putting underneath the document camera. Actually, let me ask a couple more questions. Can you, when you review a scene and you're documenting trajectory like you did in this scene, can you describe to the jury what the differences that you see between an entry and an exit impact are?
Well, it all depends on, there's various factors that come into play. So on some close-up photos of this, in order to get a good angle from trajectory, I was taught there has to be an entry and an exit. Okay. The problem with that is if the projectile is tumbling, if it slows down or it impacts something else, and it slows down, what they call yaw, or it's tumbling, it's going to continue on its path, but it's not going to give you the size of the hole as if there was nothing in between it. So, for example, if there was a shot fired through this desk, there'd be a small hole here and a small hole on the other side, nothing in between to slow it down. But when there's deflection or it hits a door or a wall and then starts tumbling, it's going to go through stuff and it's going to give an elongated, I guess, hole. So on that point right there, it's hard to get
an exact angle that it hits the wall, if that makes sense, because it's tumbling or it's slowing down in yaw.
Okay. Now I'm putting underneath the document camera states Exhibit 80. What is this a photograph of?
That's a photograph of the interior. So the previous photographs showed the exterior of the porch. That's a photograph of the interior of that porch where I labeled those defects.
Okay, can you point to where the defects are for the jury, please?
Sure. That's all I can see from now.
Okay, and then one follow-up question on the defects. Are you able to age these defects? Can you say whether or not they happened the time of this incident or if they were there previously?
I can't answer that. I don't know if there's a possibility to tell when it happened. No.
Now I'm putting underneath the document camera what's been marked as States Exhibit 81. It's not letting me erase it, but can you tell the jury what's documented in this photograph, sir?
So it's almost the same photo as the previous photo, just from a different angle, showing the impact sites. The impact sites where the defects were inside the porch area. So right there. 2, 3.
Can you tell us a little bit about the rod that's on the top of that? I guess it's an air conditioner or some sort
Yeah, it
of.
looks like a portable swamp cooler.
Okay, can you tell us a little bit about that trajectory rod?
That one, again, I try to line up the defects to see where it was in conjunction with that portable air conditioner, and it lined up perfectly. So that top rod looks like, I can't say I3 maybe. I ran it through the air conditioner, and it lined up with the defect that went through the porch.
Were you able to tell whether these were going upwards or downwards?
That one appears to be going in an upward angle.
And do you remember how tall that swamp cooler unit was?
It was over 2 feet tall, so I know that.
Okay. Now I'm putting underneath the document camera what's been marked as States Exhibit 82. Can you describe for us what's documented in this photo?
I documented defects in the door, in the front door, that's inside the porch area, the main door that we went through. Same idea is I found defects in the door and went ahead and put some trajectory rods through there for documentation purposes.
Can you circle where you put trajectory rods through
Sure.
so that we can see on the screen?
So there's this side of the door, the interior side of the door, and then looks like the frame of the door right there.
Now, when you placed these trajectory rods, were you able to determine whether the door was open or closed when they went through, the impacts went through?
Well, based off the documentation I did, it appeared at the time that the door was in this position that it's in right now.
I'm putting underneath the document camera States Exhibit 83. What is this a photograph of, sir?
That looks like the photo of the interior of the door.
Does the color help?
Yeah, that's a close-up, so I don't know if that's the interior or the exterior of the door, but that's the door, a close-up of the door.
I'm putting under the document camera States Exhibit 84.
Okay, so that's the looks like the exterior of the door right there.
This 84 is the exterior?
Yes.
And then this would be the interior of the door?
Yes. Actually, no, I'm wrong, because the color, yeah, so I had it backwards.
So please describe for us.
Well, you can tell by the colors, right? Because those are close-ups. That's why we take like overviews. So I can now by looking at this photo, I see the overview of the door, the color. The exterior is like a cream, so then the interior would be the darker gray.
Okay, so then what is this a photograph of?
That's the exterior, if that's the cream color
And
side.
that's State's Exhibit 83, and then this is State's Exhibit 84.
Gotcha.
Does the shape of this impact tell you anything?
Yeah, it shows that whatever impacted that door was either tumbling or in yaw, so it's not a perfectly round circumference hole. It's elongated, which means the projectile was most likely in either slowing down or it was tumbling that was going through the door.
I'm putting underneath the document camera State's Exhibit 85. What is this a photograph of?
It's a photograph of the interior of the hallway and the door frame with a trajectory rod through it.
Can you please circle the trajectory rods?
Yes.
So where would be the entrance point?
So on this one, the entry point would be right here. I'll put an X right up here,
And where would the exit point be?
right here.
Did you measure how far the entry point was from the flooring?
I did it. I know I did it. The reason is because if you look at this area here, just based off the impact and how it's that aluminum there has, it looks like it's been torn apart. That based off my training experience, that looks like another tumbling of a projectile, and this right here would be the entry point for wherever that projectile came from. I don't know if it was a direct shot. I don't know if it was deflected off the ground. So by getting that angle, pretty much proved anything at the time.
Does that photograph also document any other impacts?
Yeah, it looks like an impact right here.
And those are your diagram labels that you had put on the scene?
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm putting underneath the document camera State's Exhibit 86. Okay. What is this a photograph of, sir?
Pretty much the same photograph as the previous one. It just shows more impact. So again, the previous photo showed this rod here. This photo is a little bit more of a mid-range, which you could get more of an idea where it's at. The previous photo had that, and then this one actually shows another impact right there.
I don't know if we can zoom in. Just makes it worse. All right, now I'm putting underneath the document camera Exhibit 87. What is this a photograph of?
That's a photograph of another impact area that I photographed. Number 50, I can't see that number.
And can you describe where in the home this was located?
This is, I believe the restroom's right here. And then the front door would be right here. And then the other two impacts that we just labeled were right there on the previous photo.
Excuse me, Ms. Walker, what exhibit number is that? Thank you. 87?
Yes. So I'm putting underneath the document camera now State's Exhibit 88. Can you describe to the jury what's documented on this photograph?
So this is basically an overview photo of the previous photos that we just went over. It shows the bathroom right here, or the restroom, the impact area where I put a trajectory rod through the door frame and the inside wall. The previous photo where we showed this impact area, this one, and this one. And it also shows more impact areas that were closer, that were located inside, closer to the room.
Okay. And I think I have a photograph. The next one will show the ones in the room a little bit better.
Okay.
feel like that thing's temperamental. Okay, I'm putting underneath the document camera, State's Exhibit 89. Can you describe what's documented in this photograph?
This is just another photo from a different angle. This one's from inside the room where the decedent was located. It shows, again, the trajectory rod right here that goes through the door where the door frame was. One there. The previous two that we saw there are 3. And then another impact area there located by the green number 4 cone.
I'm putting underneath the document camera, State's Exhibit 90. There you
Gotcha.
go. Thank you. Can you please tell us what's documented in this photograph, sir?
This is just a different angle, pretty much almost the same exact photo, just a different angle. But this one shows a defect here, a better angle of these 2 defects here, along with impact sites or defects right here. And there's the rod that goes to the door right at the top.
Now I'm putting underneath the document camera, State's Exhibit 91. Can you describe what's documented in this photograph, sir?
2 defects located in the floor of the residence, right here and right there.
Okay, now I'm putting underneath the document camera, State's Exhibit 92. I don't know if you can clear your circles. Thank you, sir.
Just a close-up of the previous photo, showing the defects, I-11, and the other defect right here. I can't see that number.
Now I'm putting underneath the document camera, State's Exhibit 93. And can you tell us what's documented in this photo?
This one is basically another mid-range photo of the previous photo. It just shows the 2 defects that we just looked at in a little further back view.
Did you document how far those defects were from the wall?
I did not, no.
How far do you approximate that they were from the wall?
Based off this, a couple feet maybe.
Couple?
2-3 feet, 2-3 feet. Yeah, I don't know an exact number.
Are there any other impacts documented in this photograph?
I don't think so. I believe this right here, I don't think that was an impact. I believe that could have been a blood swab. So I don't think that was an impact. Unless I saw a photo of a closer up of that photo. It could be an impact, but I can't see it from here. Keep on going. There you go. So that is an impact. So based off right there, that's I-13. That's an impact. The impact's right there.
And from this photograph, sir, where was the decedent's body?
The decedent's head was located in this area here. And his legs were, torso's right there, and then his legs were kind of out this way. So, in that area.
Are you familiar with that type of firearm? I think it was a 6-hour AR-15, correct?
Yeah, the AR-15 platform, yes. Yeah.
In which direction does the spent casing expel from the firearm?
On that particular firearm, the 6-hour, the ejection port was on the right side. So if I'm holding the weapon like this, the cartridges will be ejected to the right.
And we have the weapon here. Can you show the jury what you're talking about?
Sure.
And this is State's Exhibit 29. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Can you please show to the jury which side the spent casings will expel from that firearm?
On this particular weapon, there's an injection point located right here. Some of them, depending on what weapon it is, will have it on the right side or left side. This one has nothing on the left side, so when this weapon is fired, this right here, the gas will push it back. It'll eject the casing from this side. And then we'll go to another one, so on and so forth. We'll keep on injecting it to this side.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir, please. And where were the majority of the casings located in this room?
Inside the room, they were located, a lot of them were located next to the wall up here.
Okay. And, And I'm going to approach you, sir, with the court's permission, with State's Exhibit 97. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
You have gloves, sir.
Want to open it up?
Yes, sir. Please open that bag. And can you describe for us what is in the bag, sir?
Let me check it out. So these look like pieces of evidence labeled as fired casings located inside the room. They're initialed EL for the date of March 1st, 20. EL stands for Edgar Lemus.
And is that the agent who assisted you in processing this scene?
Yes.
Can you describe to the jury what the process is for collecting each individual casing that the state police uses?
So usually on scene, depending on the scene and how much evidence there is, the person taking photographs, that person's job is just to take scene photographs and collect evidence. In some scenes, if there's 200-300 pieces of evidence, we're all going to help out. So for these right here, if I look at all of them, again, we'll go in, we'll take our initial photographs, and then we'll start documenting evidence, where it was located, and then once it's time to start picking up evidence, we're going to document each one with photography. After each piece of evidence is documented with photography, then we're going to collect it. That way we know exactly where it came from. If for some reason it gets placed in a different bag, or we missed, we don't know where it came from, we just revert back to our photos. Oh, that's where it came from. That was number 4, that was number 1. So we always photograph everything before we collect it.
Okay, and then do you package each casing separately?
Yes, we do. It's fired casing.
Each fired casing?
Correct.
Okay. Please describe to us how you typically do that. Do you tape it, you wear gloves, you seal it, initial it? Tell us about that.
So if you look at the photos, in this photo here, so the initial photos will show all the cones in the room to get a reference of where all the evidence was at. In this case, Agent Lemus at the time was photographing the room, and for example, number 4, right here. So what he did is he took the initial photograph of it with it laying on the ground. Now you see it on the top of cone 4. The reason we get it on top of cone 4 is so we can take a picture of the back of the casing to verify what brand it is, so on and so forth. So we try to get a close-up to see what type of, what brand, make, model it would be. So right here.
Okay, and then you individually package each one?
Correct. Every one will be packaged individually. So we had a saying in crime scene: if you seal it, you sign it. So if I take a cartridge and I put it in one of these manila envelopes, I'm the one that's going to seal it, and I'm the one that's going to sign it. So it's not specific to one person. If everybody's picking up evidence, whoever seals it, whoever puts it in the bag, will sign it.
Can you count how many envelopes are there and who signed for which envelope?
Okay. Let me just double check here, because I know what he did.
And while you're double checking, sir, can you please verify that the label is associated with this case?
Okay.
And are these state police labels?
So there's 11 individually packed fired casings. All of them were initialed and packaged by, at the time, Agent Edgar Lemus, and these were New Mexico State Police labels.
Is there a date on those labels?
Let me see the date, 3/1/2020 at 7:36 a.m.
And what is the additional label?
This additional label, it's individually packaged, we label as ammunition. This was the cartridge that was loaded into the AR-15 that I just showed you. So it did have one chambered in the in the chamber.
And whose initials are on that envelope?
Edgar Lemus,
And is there a date on that?
3/1/2020.
So after Agent Lemus collects all of these fired casings and then the one unfired casing, what happens with those envelopes?
There was also this as well.
Oh, okay, sorry, what is that?
This looks like the, he labeled Agent Edgar Lemus, same day, 3/1/2020. It was the magazine that was in the photos that was taken as evidence. So the magazine is in here, along with the cartridges that were loaded into the magazine.
How many cartridges were there?
Let me see. It says unknown cartridges inside. I don't know if he unloaded them or not, but it feels like they're out of there, so.
Okay. And that also has his initials and signed and dated?
Yes.
Okay, when you are done, the New Mexico State Police, with processing a scene and collecting this evidence, what do you do with it?
So once we're done with the scene and the evidence is done and processed, and we triple check everything's labeled and initialed, we'll then go ahead and print out a transfer of property or transfer of evidence. So what that means is it doesn't matter who we're working for, whether it's state police or in this case Sandoval County, the agents in charge of the case will go ahead, or whoever they designate to pick up the evidence will go through all the evidence. We'll print out a list. We'll go through every single one, check it off, and then they sign for it, date it, and then they take the evidence. And then in our system, we update it to say evidence was transferred to so on and so forth. And then we upload that document that was signed.
So Does the New Mexico State Police put all of those items in the one larger envelope? Or is that something that was done by Sandoval County?
This most likely was done by probably Sandoval County. So when we give evidence, it's just like this as you see here. And then all agencies do different stuff. The lab does different stuff. Sandoval County does different stuff. So this bag right here was done by a different department or the lab. I don't know.
Okay. And in this case, who signed for that evidence?
I believe it was Eric. No. I'd have to look at the transfer of property. I know one of them was Eric Miller, and there was another one. I think it was Sergeant Griffin that actually signed for the initial evidence on scene that night.
Okay. All right, I just have a couple follow-up questions. Sir, you can go ahead and put all that stuff back in the larger envelope, if you will, please.
You might want to leave them out for cross,
Okay.
or not. It's up to you. Obviously, I get to cross them on them, whether
Right.
you admit them or not.
Okay. Your Honor, the state moves admission of exhibit, I believe it was 97.
It'll be admitted.
So I would again ask that we at least separate the casings from the magazine in terms of the number.
Let's do this on 97, let's call the casings 97A and the magazine 97B.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You testified yesterday that you were in that room for maybe 8 hours processing the scene?
Yeah, it was a while.
And when you were in that room, did you smell anything that resembled mace?
Nothing.
What was Agent Bogue's task that day?
Agent Bogue was tasked with scanning the scene with a Leica scanner. A Leica scanner is a device used by people who build buildings, surveyors, and it just sits on a tripod and it spins really fast. And it's got a laser, and it'll graph this whole room, put it in 3D, and then we could download it on a computer. And then if you need distances or whatever you're looking for, you can do that on a computer. So her job that day, or she was assigned that day, to scan the scene and do the exterior and then the interior as well. So the exterior of the property and the residence, and then the interior of the residence.
Okay. And I'm going to put underneath the document camera what has been stipulated in the state moves admission of 96, 95, 96, and 94. And I'm going to put under permission to publish, Judge.
You may.
I'm going to put underneath the document camera to start 96. And sir, can you tell the jury what this diagram documents?
So that's a diagram of the mobile home where the scene is located.
And is this the diagram that Agent Bogue created using the Leica scanner?
Yes.
And the bottom half of the diagram, what is this document, sir?
That's the area. That's the same. Pretty much, it's the same diagram, but it shows the front part of the mobile home. So up here, we'll label it north arrow, and then This would be the porch right here. That's the restroom. That's the hallway. This is the room where the decedent was located. And then down here, like there's the steps right here. G1, G2. That's where the rifle was located when we got on scene, on
And
top
G-
of other evidence as well.
Okay. Now I'm putting underneath the document camera, State's Exhibit 95. Can you clear the screen?
You got it.
What is this?
So that's just the same, almost the same diagram as the last one, except this one has the decedent's body in the room, located right here.
And is the diagram done prior to the decedent being moved by OMI?
Yes, so we'll scan it before the body is removed by OMI, and then we'll scan it after.
Now I'm putting underneath the document camera, State's Exhibit 94. And can you describe to the jury this diagram?
That's more of a close-up diagram of the like cut in half to show where most of all the evidence was located. It's more of a close-up than the previous photo, or the diagram photo, and it shows the room where the decedent was located as well.
And are there other things documented in this diagram?
Yeah, so anytime we scan it, so again, we'll scan the room with the decedent inside, and then once the decedent is transported out of the room, we're going to go ahead and scan it again with all our evidence markers. That way we can locate any evidence markers if needed with the scanner. So there's the green markers the green labeled markers you saw in the photo that said G4, G5, G6. These are them located within the scanner, so on and so forth.
And when you left the scene, was it finally daylight?
Yes,
Is it pretty quiet out there?
extremely quiet.
Could you see someone coming from a distance?
I mean, if you could see somebody's headlights coming from quite a distance. It's super flat, very dark and quiet, especially at nighttime.
No, I'd pass the witness. Do you want me to leave this up here?
Sure. What's that? No, I'll let you know. This should be fine. With the Elmo, I don't need a blow up. Agent Herrera, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good, thank you, sir. So, we're going to clear a couple things up, okay?
Okay.
Ms. Morrissey.
far as,
Now, the photograph that I've given you, where was that photograph taken?
on scene.
On scene, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to move for the admission of Defendant's Exhibit B.
To be admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
What is depicted in that photograph is the magazine that I'm holding in my hand that you just handed to me, correct?
Correct.
I'm showing you what's admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 30A. What is it?
It's a all-black AR-15 magazine.
Where in the world did it come from?
I don't know.
You don't know.
No.
How can something like this happen?
Again, I pass off the evidence, so I don't know where what that came from. I don't know.
You don't know where it came from.
No.
And you weren't sitting in the courtroom yesterday when Sergeant Griffin came in and unpackaged it and told us that was the magazine.
No, I wasn't in the courtroom at that time.
This has been, the actual magazine is in evidence as what? What did we decide? Is it 98, 97A or 97B?
Is it B or A?
97B, should we mark it with a sticker? I mean, given that we've got two, let's not get them confused, right? For the record, Ms. Walker just put a State's Exhibit sticker on the actual magazine that's 97B. You did not put this magazine in evidence, correct?
No.
You did not collect this magazine from the scene.
No.
You did not see this magazine at the scene.
No.
Now, Agent Herrera, you've given some testimony. I think you've actually been asked numerous times about mace and whether or not you smelled any mace, whether or not the photographs that were taken of Mr. Cummings looked like he'd been sprayed with mace, right? You were asked those questions?
Yes.
A couple of days ago, we heard about 5 potential jurors say that the effects of mace last for 45 minutes to an hour.
Okay.
Do you agree? Do you disagree with those people?
It's depending on the person, so I mean, I can't disagree with that.
So when you're up here saying that you felt the effects of mace for 2 days, that doesn't mean that that's what normally happens. That just means that's what happened to you, right?
That's correct.
And you weren't sprayed with regular mace. You were sprayed with law enforcement mace, correct?
Correct.
Now, you showed up at the scene at about, what, 10 p.m.?
About 12:30. I think 12:30, 1 a.m. is when we got on scene.
12:30 or 1 o'clock in the morning.
Correct.
So if mace was sprayed at 5 o'clock in the evening, 7 hours earlier, you wouldn't have any expectation that you would smell it, would you?
I mean, there could be the possibility, I mean, I don't know, like, I didn't smell anything, so I don't know how long mace lasts depending
That's
on.
right, you don't know. That's my point. You
Correct.
have no idea how long the odor of mace lingers in a room.
Yeah, I don't know a specific time frame. No.
Okay. Bear with me here while I get some photographs ready. I'm going to show you a series of photos that I'm going to mark as Defendants Exhibit C, D, and E. May I approach?
You may.
Do you recognize those?
Yes.
What are those pictures of?
Looks like photos taken by Agent Lemus. Well, not these specific ones, but looks like sunglasses inside the residence,
Where are they located?
close to the front door.
Can you be more specific?
So if you're walking into the main door, you turn right to go to the room where the decedent was located. You turn left to go to the living room area. These glasses were located to the left of the main door.
Were they hanging on a hook?
No. No. For this
Where-
photo, no. They were just on the floor.
They were laying on the floor.
Correct.
Okay. And you agree with me that if a person who has sunglasses on their head gets into an altercation, those sunglasses may fly off and land on the floor.
Yeah, possibility, yes.
And actually, where the sunglasses are located is in the corner of the kitchen, right?
Yes, close to the corner of the kitchen, correct.
So I'm going to show you what's been previously admitted and marked as State's Exhibit 95. Can you make a little dot or something and show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where the sunglasses are located? And there's a letter and a number there, isn't there?
Yeah, G16.
And is that the number of, is that what you numbered the sunglasses?
Yes, G16.
All right. I'll move for the admission of defendants C, D, and E.
Objection.
No, you're on.
To be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Let's see if I can get that right. Can you point them out to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury in this picture?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. So I just showed you, I'm sorry for the record, Defendant's Exhibit C. I'm going to show you Defendant's Exhibit D. And what is that a picture of?
Same set of sunglasses with just an evidence marker next to it.
And it's just a little closer, right?
Correct.
And Defendant's Exhibit E. Is that just a close-up of the same photo?
Yes.
All right. Let me see if I can use state's exhibits. I'd like to, so we don't get too many exhibits in evidence. I'm going to show you what's been previously marked and entered into evidence as state's exhibit. I believe it's 92. You see that, right?
Yes.
And those are impact sites, correct?
Correct.
So an impact site is a site where a bullet hits something, correct?
Correct.
And I'm saying bullet. I think perhaps the technical term would be a projectile.
Correct.
All right. What do you call these marks here? These black and gray marks?
I don't remember the exact term, but what that is the gases from the front of the barrel, basically making a mark right here and right here. After it's fired, the gases will fly out of the barrel and leave that mark depending on how close the barrel is to the ground.
It's a scorch mark, right?
Pretty much, yes.
Okay. And isn't it true that you only see scorch marks if the muzzle or the tip of the barrel is very, very close to whatever it was that the bullet hit?
That's correct.
And these impact sites were found in the bedroom, correct?
Correct.
And they are on the floor. Isn't that
Correct.
right?
That is correct.
This is our weapon, correct?
Correct.
This is the exit for the shell casings, correct?
Correct.
In order for these scorch marks to have appeared on the floor in the bedroom, do you agree with me? The rifle went off when it was, give or take, in this position.
It was that close, but these marks look like they have a
A slight angle.
correct, like it's going this way at a slight angle. Correct. Actually, the other way. I'm sorry, we cleared that out because of the scorch marks right here, a slight angle. But yes, it was that close to the ground.
This muzzle brake would have been inches from the floor.
Correct.
And you indicated possibly at an angle.
Correct.
And likely at an angle, I think, from what we're seeing, correct?
Correct.
And you agree with me, hypothetically, if I'm a murderer and I've decided that I'm going to kill someone, I'm not just going to shoot my gun straight into the floor. That's not how you kill somebody, right?
Objection, this calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Do you have any opinion about why the gun would have gone off? Well, I can ask his opinion.
Overruled. You can ask it.
Do you have an opinion about why a gun would have gone off with the muzzle 2, 3, 4 inches from the floor?
I really don't. I can't give an opinion because
Okay, that's fine. fine.
just
I'll
don't-
stop. If you're not going to give an opinion,
Yeah,
I'll interrupt you and we'll just move on.
Okay.
Okay? You did the trajectory analysis in this case,
Yeah, documentation of trajectory, correct.
and you made an important distinction there. It was just documentary of trajectory, correct?
Yes,
There is a more sophisticated trajectory analysis that can be done at a crime scene, correct?
yes, if you're using the Leica scanner, yes, you can.
Right. And you indicated that you took a training from a gentleman by the name of Mike Haig.
Correct,
Okay. And that's the stuff that he does, right?
yes,
He reconstructs shooting scenes, correct?
correct,
And he can do a much more sophisticated trajectory analysis than what you've done here,
if needed, yes.
if needed. You completed your trajectory documentation on, what, March 1st?
Yes, I guess. Whatever the date was, March 1st.
Okay. So all of the trajectory information that Lieutenant Tomlinson had and that you had it in your possession on March 1st,
Correct,
the day after the shooting.
correct,
And no other experts were called in and no other additional trajectory analysis was conducted, correct?
no,
You indicated that there were 14 impact sites that you found,
correct,
and there were only 11 shell casings.
correct.
And is there a reasonable explanation for that?
In this case, what I noticed when I was documenting the trajectory is that there was impacts on the floors that looked like they deflected. So, if a projectile deflects, it'll make an impact there, it'll continue on, make another impact. So that's one casing which will cause two impacts.
That's right.
Correct.
And that's not uncommon,
Not uncommon, no.
because bullets go through walls.
Correct,
So you can have an impact site on the first wall and an impact site on the second wall.
correct, from one bullet.
These here, these scorch marks, the smaller ones that are kind of off to the side of the larger, those are actually created by the openings that release the gas, correct?
Correct, the ports of the barrel, correct.
Okay. The impact sites that you put a dowel through that went from the front porch out into the outside air, where were they? Were they here or were they over here?
The impact sites?
Yeah.
So
And here I can find you a picture of what I'm talking about.
I remember them from here. They were located, I think, in this area over here of the porch.
Okay. And I'm going to show you, nope, that's not it. I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 74, I think? 74 or 79? Can you? 79. That's what I'm talking about. And that's what you're thinking of also, right?
Correct.
So show us again where these three impact sites are.
Based off that photo, that's kind of a close-up, but
Yeah.
If this is the front door, this is, you know, the area coming in to the driveway. This is the front door we walked in. Let me clear that. These are the steps right here. This is the door where I put the trajectory rods, so they were somewhere in this area right here, based off this diagram.
Based on your training and experience, do you have any reason to believe that the 3 holes in the door came from the same bullets that made those 3 holes on the outside of the porch?
Based off my training experience, there's a good possibility that the ones that went through the door impacted the air conditioner and the wall, and which gave you those defects on the exterior.
So we have bullets going through this door,
Correct.
and it appears that those bullets travel over here and they make these impact sites.
Correct.
And the cluster of impact sites that's over here is broader and bigger in terms of the distance between each impact site than they are at the door, right?
Correct.
And isn't it true that the reason for that is because after the bullets hit the door, they go into yaw, and it alters their trajectory?
That is correct.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 88. This is a photograph of several impact sites on the floor, correct?
That is correct.
And they appear to kind of lead either into or out of the bedroom.
Correct.
Mr. Arriola's body in this diagram, I understand that it's not exact, but that is the direction his body was facing when his body was located, correct?
That is correct.
So by the way that Mr. Arriola's body is located in the photographs and on this diagram, there is no reason to believe that Mr. Arriola was leaving the room, correct?
There's no evidence to say he was.
There's no evidence to say he was trying to get to the door, right?
Correct.
The physical evidence indicates that at the time he was shot, he was headed towards the corner of the bedroom, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, this calls for speculation.
If you can answer it, you'll answer it.
I can't give an answer to that because I don't know exactly what happened in that room. So, I mean,
But you're a trained crime scene investigator, correct?
correct.
All right, and let's be clear. One of the things that you've pointed out is the way that the shell casings eject from this firearm,
Correct.
right?
Correct.
They eject to the shooter's right.
Correct.
If the shell casings are ejecting from the shooter's right-hand side, and the vast majority of the shell casings are right here,
Okay.
that would be an indication that the shooter is somewhere in this general area, right? Shooting the gun, and the casings are coming out and they're falling on the floor to the right-hand side of the gun, as you would expect, correct?
Yeah, that proves the gun was right there and the casings were going to the right. Correct.
Okay. So, don't you agree with me that based on this physical evidence, the shooter is likely to have been here in this area?
I'd be guessing if I told you likely, like.
Guessing?
Yeah.
Why would you have to guess?
Because I don't know. I mean, they fly a long way. I mean, that doesn't mean that if he was likely in this area here, and the wall's closer to here, in my training and experience firing a weapon, most of these projectiles here would have been back here more. Because
Okay.
when,
I'm going to stop you right there. So I hear you. I hear what you're saying. Rather than the shooter being back here, the shooter's up here, right?
that's another possibility, yes.
Okay. Either way, what you're looking at here is a bunch of shell casings coming from a gun that ejects on the right, and they're falling right next to the wall, right?
Correct.
So if I'm standing in the corner of that room, or I'm just standing on that side of the wall, shooting my gun, you would expect the shell casings to come out, possibly hit the wall, and fall to the ground.
Correct.
Nothing about the placement of these shell casings and these impact sites would indicate that the shooter was anywhere other than inside this room, next to this wall, correct?
I can't agree with that or disagree because, again, when these weapons are fired, the projectiles or the casings can fly feet away from the gun. It depends on how, I mean, where it's at. So, I mean, if the defendant was right here, yes, you'd have casings right here. If the defendant was right here, they would still fly and make it over here.
Sure.
So heck, he could have been anywhere in this room, in this area, right? Right here, right here, right here, and you'll still have casings fly in the same direction.
Well, but there's furniture where you just put him on a bunk bed, right? You just placed the shooter on a bunk bed.
Like right here?
Yeah.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that the casings aren't going to go up.
I agree with
They can
you.
go straight. They don't go up and then around. They come straight out in that direction. So
I don't disagree with you, but you don't
Okay.
have any reason to believe that the shooter was on the bunk bed.
I don't know where he was at. I can't testify to where he was at. I don't know.
After you conducted,
Ms. Morrissey.
Yes,
it's
sir.
Time to take a break.
okay,
Yeah. Okay. Let's take a 10-minute break. Just follow my bailiff into the other courtroom, okay?
all right.
They're bringing the jury in now. You may be seated. Ms. Morrissey, you may continue.
Agent Herrera, I'm going to show you the magazine that is marked as State's Exhibit 97B. May
Okay.
I approach?
You may.
Do you see writing on the actual magazine?
Yes.
And do you know what the point or purpose to that writing is that's on the magazine?
Well, we don't write anything on our evidence. My best guess is this was marked up at the lab when they tested it. If it was tested, I don't know.
Do you see two sets of writing?
Yes. One red, one white.
So you don't know what the writing means?
No, again, like I said, we just collect the evidence as is, and then if it's sent off to the lab or to other departments, if they want to document them their way, they might do that, but I have no idea what this writing means on this magazine.
All right, thank you. You want to hang on to it, just
Sure.
set it down. I'm going to show you what I have marked as Defendant's Exhibit G. What is that a photo of?
That's the photo of the 6-hour rifle that was located on scene, along with the magazine that was on the steps.
When you look at that photo, can you see kind of spots or some kind of what appears to be spots or liquid or some kind of marks on the gun? No, I'm sorry. I gave you the wrong photograph. Let me back up. When you look at that photograph, can you see the electrical tape that was on the scope of the gun?
Yes, you could see the electrical tape on the front of the scope.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to move for the admission of Defendant's Exhibit G.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
They'll be admitted.
Permission to approach.
You may.
electrical tape right there, right?
Yes.
And the cap that goes to this end of the scope, was that cap located?
It was located, I believe, underneath the decedent, or next to him. I don't remember exactly where.
So the cap to the scope that has the electrical tape was located underneath Mr. Arriola?
To the best
Underneath
of-
his, I'm sorry, underneath his body?
Correct, or next to it, but it was close.
Okay. Do you know why that electrical tape was on that gun?
To hold on the cap?
That would be a safe assumption, right?
Yes.
Now I'm going to show you what I've marked as Defendant's Exhibit J. What is that a photograph of?
It looks like the make, model, serial number of the weapon used.
It's a close-up of the AR-15, right?
Correct.
I'll move for the admission of Defendant's Exhibit J.
Your Honor, may we approach?
You may.
The exhibit having been admitted, permission to publish?
You may.
How do you know that this is a photograph of the gun that was taken from the scene and used against Mr. Arriola?
How would I know?
Yeah,
The serial number?
right, it's the same serial number, right?
I don't recall the serial number of that weapon, but if
Do
it
you need
is,
to look at it?
sure, might as well.
Sure, you want to come down and
Yeah.
have a look? I don't need you to read it, if you can just tell us whether it's the same. So is this a photograph of that gun?
Could you move it over a little bit?
Sure, and I'm happy just to give it to you if you need it.
Yeah, so that was the serial number listed right there.
Okay, so it's the same gun, right?
Yes.
Is this a photograph that was taken at the scene?
I don't know off the top of my head. It could be.
You had assistants with you out there, right?
Correct.
This evidence that you've talked about today wasn't evidence that was collected by you. It was collected by someone by the last name Lemus, right?
Correct.
So now this gun has been sitting in evidence for 2.5 years, right?
Yeah, give or take, yes.
Do you have any reason to believe that this photograph was not taken at the scene?
I don't know because all it is a close-up.
Well, let's,
What photograph did you use to get that close-up? I have no idea what photo that is. Like,
I'm sorry?
what photograph was used for this close-up?
What do you mean, what photograph?
Because there's usually a overview, mid-range, and a close-up. So I don't know if this was taken on the scene, if this was taken in evidence, or when it was processed in the van.
All right, let me try to get the answer for you.
Okay.
Give us just a minute. Rather than tie up the jury, I'm going to deal with that perhaps with a different witness, but I'm going to ask you, when you're looking at this photo, understanding that you have not established where the gun was when this photograph was taken, I'll try to do that with somebody else.
Okay.
Do you see the liquid spatter marks on that gun?
I see spots, yes.
Can't you see the same spots in the same place when you look at the actual gun?
Can I look at it?
Sure. And I'll give you this as a reference.
So yes, those are the spots on the weapon.
So the spots that are on the weapon in this photograph are the same spots that are on the gun that's sitting in the courtroom.
Correct.
And just as a point of clarification, you were inside Mr. Arriola's trailer, right?
Yes, the suspects, the main trailer, yes.
And you took a whole bunch of photographs, right?
Correct. Myself and Agent Lim is correct.
And I'm going to show you what's already admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 85, I think. Does that look like 85?
Yeah.
Listen, this is this right brain, left brain thing that's hard to do. That's the floor inside that trailer, correct?
Correct.
And you can see the color of the floor and how it's kind of a wood grain.
Correct.
Do you agree that this appears to be the same surface when you look at it?
The same surface?
Yes.
Oh, you mean the floor?
Yeah.
I can't tell if that's the same color floor, meaning that this weapon was laying right there on the floor.
It was somewhere because it appears to be the same surface as the floor of the trailer, does it not?
I can't testify to that. No, I can't say that's the floor or not. I cannot say that.
Okay. That surface doesn't look familiar to you?
That's a close-up. So again, if I had an overview of where this photo was taken, I could tell you with better surety where it was taken.
Now, when we look at the photograph, you can see this. What is this? Is this a safety or a magazine release? What is this?
Looks like a magazine release.
Okay. So when we look at the photograph, you can see that in the photograph, right?
Correct.
And you can see in the photograph that spatter of whatever that wet substance was right here in the photograph, right?
Correct.
And you can see it right here on the gun.
Yeah, you could see stains on the gun, correct.
Right, that are in the exact same position as they are in the photograph.
Correct.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as Defendant's Exhibit F. May I?
You may.
Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that a photograph of?
It's a photo of the room where the decedent was located.
I move to admit Defendant's Exhibit F.
No objection.
Be admitted.
Those are the bunk beds, right?
Correct.
And the top one doesn't have a mattress, correct?
Correct.
And there's some stuff up there.
Correct.
And we can see Mr. Arriola's body in that photograph, correct?
Correct.
And you agree with me that the top of his body, his head and chest area, is pointed over towards the corner?
Correct.
The rifle that was found underneath the mattress, was that rifle loaded?
I believe it was.
It had its own little magazine, didn't it?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit H. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is that a picture of the magazine to the rifle that was found under the mattress?
Yes.
Move for the admission of Defendant's Exhibit F.
Still be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
If you know, was that magazine inserted into the rifle when it was found?
I believe it was. I don't recall. I'd have to look at the photos, but
You believe it was?
yeah.
Okay. In terms of the trajectory documentation that you did, would you agree with me that it's common practice when you're doing trajectory documentation that you measure the height of the impact site from the floor?
To get an angle, yes.
Did you ever do that?
No.
Why not?
Because in this case, most of the impacts were deflections. So it's hard to get an angle off a deflection. And the second reason is that when we work a case, okay, it's all scene dependent. So when we got a briefing, we knew we were going to the scene, death investigation, there was a rifle used and some mace. So right off the top of that, I tell myself, like, so what needs to be done on the scene, okay? Trajectory documentation, and that's pretty much it. Because as far as looking for any other weapons, any other trajectory from any other guns that may have been used weren't there.
Right, I'm not asking about that. The impact sites that you put your dowels through, why not just measure the height from the floor to the impact site so that when we're looking at a picture, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 85, the jury or any experts will know, is this impact site 4 inches off the floor or is it 12 inches off the floor? Why wouldn't you do that?
That right there looks like the projectile was in yaw or tumbling. So if I got that distance, it's not going to tell me anything by getting that distance, because that projectile was already in yaw and tumbling based off the mark of the impact.
Okay,
So,
but all 14 of the impact sites don't show yaw or tumbling, correct?
correct.
So the ones that don't show yaw or tumbling, why not take the additional time to measure how high they are off the floor?
Because for this scene, again, we knew what guns were being used, and that's just the way we work. It's scene dependent.
So based on this scene, you didn't think that it was important at all to find out the height of the impact sites from any object like the floor?
Well, and on top of that, too, if we needed to get
No,
heights, if
just
it's...
answer my question. I
Well-
asked you a question.
Well, I'm answering your question.
Will you-
So if we need to get heights or distances, that's when we use the scanner.
So can you give me the height or the distance on any of the 14 impact sites?
No,
So you didn't even use the scanner for that?
we did. Well, we scanned it, but if we needed it, we could use it. But we didn't. We just didn't use it for this at the time
You
because
decided you didn't need it.
no, not for this case.
All right. The magazine that appears to be the actual magazine, is that a 30-round capacity?
Yes,
So it's based on your investigation, 11 rounds were shot during the incident, correct?
correct. Based off 11 casings recovered.
How many rounds were still in the magazine?
I don't know. I can count that what's in here, but we don't take any rounds out of magazines on scenes. So they're packaged as is how we receive them.
Sure, but that particular magazine, I'm not sure that you needed to take them out in order to at least get an idea, because it has it has a see-through.
Correct.
Right.
So it'll say like 5, 15, 25. So, I mean, I think you can look down it, and I believe I did through one of the photos. It seems like there was, I don't know, 7 or 8. I'm not sure, but
Okay. Based on your investigation, there were 7 or 8 bullets still in the magazine.
based off the photo I saw, yes.
So the magazine was not fully loaded at the time that it was being used.
Yeah, well, 11 casings recovered plus 7 or 8. Yeah, no, it wasn't fully loaded.
All right. Now, are you familiar with something called an ejection pattern?
Yeah, to a certain point, yes.
Is an ejection pattern something that can be tested and documented?
As far as the casing being ejected from a weapon?
Correct.
Yes.
Was that done in this case?
I don't know. Again, I don't know.
You don't know.
No, because again, the evidence is given to whatever department we give it to, and then the testing is done from there.
And let me just ask you, in terms of ejection pattern testing, one AR-15 may eject the bullet casing farther than another, correct?
Correct.
So you don't know how far the gun ejects the casing unless you test it.
Correct.
After you conducted your investigation and used your dowels and documented the trajectory and the impact sites, did you have a conversation with Lieutenant Tomlinson?
No, I did not.
You never had a conversation with him where you said, here's what we found?
It's been 3 years. I mean, if I gave him the evidence or talked to him, I could have. I don't remember. It's been 3 years, so I don't remember exactly what conversations I had with Lieutenant Tomlinson and Sergeant Griffin. I don't remember.
Did you document anything in your report or anything like that about having any kind of a follow-up
Yeah,
discussion
if it's in the
with him?
report, yeah, if it said I talked with them or
No,
spoke
no,
with them.
I'm not trying to trick you. I don't think it is in your report.
Okay, then-
I'm happy to show it to you.
Yeah,
If you
then,
want to see your report.
if it's not in the report, then, I mean, I could have talked to him. I don't remember.
Let me ask you this. Do you have any memory of ever speaking to him about your investigation?
After I was done, I don't recall, no.
No. All right, thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Ms. Walker.
I just have a couple of follow-up questions for you, Officer Herrera. Let me get some of the photographs. So let's talk about the sunglasses first. We'll start there, okay?
Okay.
And sorry, I'm trying to find the exhibit number. Agent Bogue's diagrams were already previously admitted, correct?
Correct.
So I'm putting under the document camera, states Exhibit 44. Where are the sunglasses in that photograph, sir?
Right there.
So let's talk a little bit about this photograph. Let's start on this side. What's there on the counter?
Looks like some pots and pans, some tape, some sprays, from what I can see. I don't know what. More pots and pans. Coffee pot. Another coffee pot.
Are those items on the counter pretty close to the end there?
Yes.
Let's talk about what's hanging on the wall there. Wall hangings?
Yeah, just whatever these are, and then chilies, and then there's a coat hanger right there.
Okay. Now let's talk about the table. Sorry. Really backwards here. Okay. So what's on the table?
Looks like some Arizona teas, some groceries. I don't know what that is.
Okay. When you look at this photograph, would you say that there was an altercation in that room?
There's nothing that looks to be disturbed or fallen over.
Okay. Let's look at another picture. I'm putting under the document camera states Exhibit 41. Again, where were the sunglasses at?
The sunglasses would be down here more. They're not in.
Not in this photo.
Correct. They're a little bit further down.
Okay. Can you tell us what's depicted on the right side of this photograph?
On the right side, so this is just a different view of where the pots and pans were, but this shows the tape right here, the sprays. I don't know what that's, some rocks or something. The Arizona iced teas, trash can.
And none of the chairs appear to be overturned.
No.
And again, what's on the table?
The Arizona iced tea, the groceries here, bag of chips. I mean, I don't know, that's a kind of tuna, cat food, I don't know, but
Okay. Now I'm going to put under the document camera States Exhibit 42. What is this a photograph of?
same photo, just a different angle from the previous photo. Shows, the bunk beds over here. There's a fireplace, recliner, the same Arizona iced tea. Looks like some sort of furniture spray, the chips, the groceries, candle, 2 cans of teas. There's some little table here with some lotion on the back, something like that.
So based on this photograph, would you guess that there was a physical altercation in this room?
I mean, just based off the photograph, I mean, there's nothing turned over, nothing's fallen over, so no.
Now on this side of the photograph, what is that?
So this is the other side of the kitchen. So this is the refrigerator. This is the other entrance on the other side of the mobile home. I don't know what those are. Those like horseshoe type things.
Now I'm putting underneath the document camera States Exhibit 43. Is there anything disturbed or appear to be disturbed in this photograph?
Just based off the photo.
I'm going to object to basically the foundation. If the gentleman didn't see the trailer before this, he doesn't know whether anything's been moved or disturbed or not.
I'm going to overrule the objection. You may continue.
Thank you, sir. So does it appear as if there was a physical altercation in this room?
No.
This photograph, sorry.
No.
Now, to the left side of the photo, what is that?
There's the other door I just pointed out, the refrigerator, right?
So was there anything obstructing that other door?
To the best of my knowledge that I recall, no.
Let's talk about the bedroom. I'm putting underneath the document camera States Exhibit 46. This is a photograph of the bedroom, right?
Yes.
Can you describe the lid on that plastic bin?
It looks like it's popped off the top, right here.
Now I'm going to pull the photograph slightly down.
Okay.
What do you observe in that photograph?
There's the bed on the corner right here with the area, the work boots box, some clothing hanging there, a picture, window, so on and so forth.
Okay. And I'm putting underneath the document camera States Exhibit, I'm going to guess 48, but I do have bad handwriting, I guess. What is that a photograph of?
Just another angle of that bed, looking at the wall. Shows this gray tote, looks like the foot of the bed, and then the clothing in the previous photo from a different angle.
And that clothing wasn't disturbed in any way?
No, I mean, that's the way we photographed it.
If there was an altercation in that room, would you expect that clothing to be hanging like that?
It's a possibility. It could still be hanging, but possibly it could not still be hanging.
Let me find one more photograph. Sorry, bear with me. I know the photograph is in here. I just have to find it. Do you remember any of the items that were on the wall in that bedroom? Besides the clothing?
I'd have to look at the photos. Again, it's
In a while.
been a while, so I don't remember everything that was on the wall, if there was anything hanging or not.
I'm putting underneath the document camera States Exhibit 51. And is this a photograph also of the bedroom?
Correct. Another angle. So the previous photo had the jacket hanging right here. This one shows like a hat hanger with some hangers on there. Looks like a mirror leaning on behind those hangers. Maybe, I don't know what that is, a coat hanger maybe, a
Your
light.
Honor, I'm going to object to cumulative. He's the second witness who's testified to exactly the same thing, to the exact same pictures.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
So, I'm putting underneath the document camera States Exhibit 46. What is the, if you know, the distance between the wall and that bed there?
Like lengthwise like this, you mean?
Between the wall and the end of the bed?
Oh, the wall and the end of the bed.
Yes, sir. So this
Like
is
right here?
here.
Right there? I don't know. Maybe a foot and a half, 18 inches?
I'll object. If he doesn't know, he doesn't know.
He already answered, okay.
Yes. And I'm putting underneath the document camera States Exhibit 48. Would you agree that this plastic bin was flush with the bed?
Yes.
And I'm putting underneath the document camera States Exhibit 47. Do you recall how large of a space it was between this bed, the twin-size bed, and the bunk bed?
Inches. I mean, maybe 12 or less inches. That's the max I can remember.
So on cross-examination, you were asked about potential theories where the shooter could have been. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
And I'm putting underneath the document camera States Exhibit 94. Is it possible that Mr. Arriola could have been on all fours when he was shot?
Possible, yeah.
And you testified on cross-examination you could not state potentially where the shooter was in the room at the time of the shooting.
Correct.
And we saw a lot of pictures of the different impacts on the floor and in the wall. Can you testify whether or not they were there before the shooting or the homicide of Mr. Arriola?
No.
Is it possible that Mr. Cummings could have shot from this area of the room?
I mean, like I said, I can't testify to an exact position, but it's possible from anywhere in that room, so.
So if he could have been here as well,
Correct.
or here?
Based off the area where the casings were located, yes.
Now, on cross-examination, you were asked to hold the weapon,
Correct.
right? Can you tell us how much does that gun weigh?
It's a good 5 to 7 pounds, maybe more, 10 pounds.
Do you want to go ahead and grab it and give us
Yeah.
an estimate, sir? I'm sorry, can you say?
About 10 to 15 pounds.
10 to 15 pounds? Okay, how long is that gun? Okay, so from stock to the tip of the muzzle there,
I don't know the exact distance from the stock to the barrel.
if I had a tape measure, would that help?
Yes.
You had about 34 and a quarter inches.
Thank you, sir. Yes, please put it back in the box. Now, you were asked on cross-examination about the gun magazine and how many rounds could have been in it.
Correct.
Does that also add weight to
Yes.
the gun? Okay. And you were also asked on cross-examination about a picture with what appeared to be spots.
Correct.
Do you remember?
Yes.
I'm going to put it under the document camera as Defendant's Exhibit J. Could those spots be stippling?
Could be.
Am I saying it wrong? I'm not a gun
Well,
expert.
Actually, I don't know if that would be stippling.
Stippling, sorry.
Because that usually comes from the front of the barrel.
Okay,
And what stippling does is, if there's a close contact shot, and within a close range, it'll leave like black marks or little dots on the body, and that'll tell you that the barrel was close enough to leave its stippling from a barrel. So if I'm from here to the door, there's not going to be much stippling because that's a far shot, but if it's really close range, you'll see little black spots, which will tell you that some of the gunpowder came through the barrel and was on the person or the wall.
could that potentially be gun cleaner?
That could be gun cleaner. It could be soda, that could be fly spots, that could be many different things.
Was it ever tested?
I don't know.
So you never tested it?
No.
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Just one quick follow-up question.
That's fine since he's here. I don't want to have to bring him back.
Sure. Gun cleaners are typically oil-based, correct?
Most of them correct.
All right. Nothing else.
Any follow-up on that, Ms. Walker?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, you may step down. You may be excused, but you're subject to recall, so don't talk to anyone about your testimony, all right?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may be excused. Why don't we do this, ladies and gentlemen? It's a little bit before 12, but rather than going to 12 and coming back around 1:15, 1:30, why don't we break now and be back at 1 o'clock, all right? We'll start at 1 o'clock.
All right.
Let's be in recess and we'll start at 1 o'clock. All right, have them back here around 10 or 1 or so, okay? All right, okay. Her address before we brought the jury in?
Yes, Your Honor. Our next witness is Dr. Gerald from OMI, and I am going to motion the court not to allow her to testify about the toxicology results. Per Bull Cummings, it's hearsay. She didn't look at the raw data. It wasn't part of, she didn't use it for her findings or conclusions. So it is hearsay under Bull Cummings and a progeny.
Your Honor, this has already been ruled on by the court before trial. The court indicated they are allowing it. I have referenced it in my opening statement, and there has actually already been some testimony about whether Mr. Arriola ever drank or did drugs through their witness. It is part of the autopsy report. It is part of what she considers when she is issuing her report, and also following the state's logic, Dr. Gerald is not the one who actually conducted this autopsy. She supervised another doctor who actually did the cuttings and conducted the autopsy. So if we're following the state's logic, then none of it comes in under Dr. Gerald.
That's not true, Your Honor. The cases that followed Bull Cummings clearly indicated that someone can look at the raw data and make their own conclusion. She was part of the autopsy, and that is distinct because she did not look at any of the data. She did not look at any of the raw data for the toxicology. She will testify that was not, she did not consider that as part of her findings and conclusions.
Counsel, at this late day, I'm going to deny the state's motion. I'm going to allow the toxicology report in.
May I proceed, Your
You
Honor?
may.
Good afternoon, Dr. Gerald.
Good afternoon.
Have you had the opportunity to testify with masks on yet?
Yes.
Okay, so you know it's kind of hard to hear, so to the best of your ability, please speak into the microphone as clearly as possible.
Okay.
Dr. Gerald, could you please begin by spelling your first and last name?
Sure. My name is Dr. Heather Jarrell, HeatherJarrell.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm the Chief Medical Investigator at the Office of the Medical Investigator.
How long have you been the Chief Medical Investigator at the Office of the Medical Investigator?
Since January 7th, 2021.
And how long have you been employed with, can I just say OMI, is that
Yes.
easier? How long have you been employed with OMI?
Since August of 2014.
Okay. So before you were the Chief Medical Director, what were your duties and what was your title?
I was a medical examiner, we call them medical investigator, at the OMI, and we're also under UNM, or the University of New Mexico. And when I started employment, I was an assistant professor, and I've been promoted to an associate professor since then.
And can you tell the jury what kind of education do you have that led you to become a pathologist?
Sure. I have a bachelor's degree in biology from Valdosta State University in Valdosta, Georgia. And then I went to medical school for 4 years in Macon, Georgia, where I graduated with a medical degree. After that, I did a residency in anatomic pathology at the University of Virginia in Charlottesville, Virginia, which was a 3-year residency. Then I completed a 2-year fellowship in neuropathology at the University of Virginia, and then I completed a 1-year fellowship in forensic pathology at Virginia Commonwealth University at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in Roanoke, Virginia.
And so when you were hired by New Mexico Office of Medical Investigator, what were you hired as? What was your responsibility at that point?
I was hired as a forensic pathologist and a neuropathologist.
Can you give us an idea of approximately, well, before I ask you that, what does a forensic pathologist do exactly?
A forensic pathologist performs autopsies to determine the cause of death and to determine the manner of death.
Do you have any particular certifications?
Yes.
Could you describe those for us?
Yes. Upon completion of training, a doctor then takes a test to determine whether we're certified or not. And I'm board certified in anatomic pathology, in neuropathology, and in forensic pathology.
Could you give us an idea of, not an exact number, but approximately how many autopsies you've conducted yourself as the primary?
For autopsies and external examinations, I've done approximately 3,000. That includes supervision, and I can't separate them out.
You haven't separated them out, okay. So, but about 3,000 overall.
Yes.
And right now, is your role a role of supervision? I mean, do you supervise other pathologists?
Yes.
How many pathologists do you supervise?
We are currently funded for 10 pathologists, including myself.
Okay. Have you ever testified as an expert in a court of law
Yes.
in New Mexico?
Yes.
Can you give us an idea of approximately how many times?
Between depositions and civil and criminal court testimony, it's roughly about 50 times.
And during those times, were you qualified and recognized as an expert?
Yes.
In what field?
In forensic pathology, and I believe I've also been certified as an expert in traumatic brain injury.
Okay. Wow, okay. Your Honor, at this time, I would tender Dr. Jarrell as an expert in forensic pathology.
No objection.
She'll be so qualified. I've qualified her before, so she is an expert as a forensic pathologist.
So, can you kind of talk the jury through the steps of an autopsy? What happens when the remains of an individual come in for autopsy? Can you walk us through what happens at that point?
Sure. When a body comes in for autopsy, one of the first things that happens at the OMI, or the Office of the Medical Investigator, which I'll call OMI from here on out, is that they get a CT scan. So we have a CT scanner, and we scan the entire body. That gives us a chance as a pathologist to kind of have an internal look at the body before opening the body. After review of the CT scan, we enter the autopsy suite and begin with an external examination. And the external examination looks at features of the decedent, such as hair color, eye color. They also take a body weight and a length at that time. We also, at that time, will characterize any wounds that we can see on the body, and take measurements and classify them based on what caused them. And then we open the body. When we open the body, we take specimens for toxicology, and we examine the organs. We examine the organs for natural disease and for injury. At that time, we also take slides or samples that are going to be made into slides to look at under the microscope, which are evaluated after they come back from the laboratory. And after review of that information, we generate a report and issue a death certificate during that process.
So, I think you just indicated you do some sort of written report to document your findings and conclusions?
Yes.
Do you also, do you also use any sort of photography to document the autopsy?
Yes.
Okay. And before the body comes to you, can you tell the jury what a field OMI investigator is and what part that person plays?
Yes. A field investigator goes to the scene and they take photographs at the scene. If the body is still on scene, as was in this case, the field medical investigator or the field deputy will take photos of the body on the scene. They also will speak to law enforcement on scene to gather a history of the circumstances that are available at that time. And they generate their own report, which is separate from the pathologist report. They also arrange for transportation of the decedent to the OMI for autopsy, and they would place the decedent in a body bag and seal the body bag at that time.
And so is that part of the process that you followed, or that you follow every time a body comes in for autopsy?
Yes.
Do you use the report that is generated by the field investigator as part of your analysis in determining your conclusions and findings and conclusions?
It is reviewed, yes, it is reviewed and taken into consideration.
Now, I want to direct your attention back to March of 2020. At that time, were you, what was your role at that time?
In March of 2020, I had not yet been appointed interim chief. I was a regular medical examiner.
Did you have supervising duties at that time?
Yes.
And did you supervise an autopsy on a Mr. Guillermo Arriola?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell the jury to what extent you supervised and how you participated as part of the autopsy?
Yes. I am, during a part of our, at the OMI, we have a forensic pathology fellowship, if I can explain that. And the forensic pathology fellows is a medical doctor who has gone on and done their medical school training and their residency, and then they're doing a forensic pathology fellowship. As part of my role as an attending physician in forensic pathology at the OMI, I supervise fellows for autopsy. In the classical way that I supervise fellows at the time of autopsy is that I go in and I look at the external examination findings with the fellow, go over those findings with them to make sure that they have described the findings appropriately and that they've classified the findings appropriately. And depending on the case, such as this one, we characterize the wound tracks and wound paths as we see them to make sure that the fellow has classified them correctly.
And in addition to the photographs that you described as part of your documentation, do you also use any sort of diagram?
Yes.
Okay. I think before we go further, I want to see if we can, let's go through some of the photographs, and I'm going to be handing you what's been marked, States Exhibit 98 through 120. May I approach the witness?
You may.
They're the same ones. What are the numbers?
98 through 120. And this, did I show these to you pictures a few minutes ago?
Yes.
Just quickly look through those photographs and make sure they're the same ones that you recognize from before. Does it take a while? And do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
In general, what are these photographs?
These are photographs taken from either the field deputy on scene or from the autopsy.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask to enter into evidence States Exhibits 98 through 120.
Any objection, counsel?
No objection. I do just want to make sure, though, that I will be able to also use the same types of photos.
Of course.
98 through 120 will be admitted.
And before we get to the autopsy photos, I think there's a couple. Let me ask you, first of all, do you recognize this particular photo?
Yes.
And where did that photograph come from, to your knowledge?
This is a photograph that was taken by the field deputy at the scene.
And that was provided to you before the autopsy?
Yes, I believe it was provided before the time of autopsy.
And this is States Exhibit 99? Same kind of question. this also a photograph that was taken by the field investigator? If you know, if you don't, it's fine.
It looks like it was taken by the field investigator on scene.
When the body comes to you at OMI, and in this case with Mr. Arriola, does the body arrive to you clothed, like as in this case? In other words, are the clothes removed before the body comes to OMI?
No, the clothes are on the body, and in this case, the hands are also bagged.
Now, I want to show you State's Exhibit 100. What is this exhibit? Or what is this picture of?
This is a body bag seal. The field investigator places this seal on the zippers of the body bag, and what it means is that no one's tampered with anything in the body bag before it arrives to the OMI. When it arrives to the OMI, one of our staff breaks the body bag seal, and so this is showing that the seal has been broken.
Okay, so it's a way of maintaining the integrity of the body from the scene to OMI?
Yes.
I don't know what's happening here. Technology is happening here.
Let me turn it on and off again here. Go ahead and try.
And what is this picture, and what is the purpose of the bands that you see there? Oh, I'm sorry, it's State's Exhibit 101.
These are armbands that are placed on the decedent. One armband, the orange one, is placed on the decedent on the scene, and the green armband is placed at the OMI once a case number has been generated.
Okay. And do those bands remain on the decedent throughout the process?
Yes.
And why is that? What's the purpose of that?
Making sure that we are, first of all, identifying and autopsying the correct person, and again, maintaining that integrity.
Okay. Now, I want to show you State's Exhibit 102, and let's do it this way. Zoom out. I hope I don't mess it up again. Oh, wrong way. Okay. What is this? I mean, you can see it's a diagram, but what's the purpose of this particular diagram?
This is a body diagram, and the handwriting was written by the fellow who's Dr. Murray. This demonstrates or documents the injuries that were seen at the time of autopsy, and there are certain abbreviations there. There's measurements of the injuries and abbreviations for the injuries.
Can you, before we get into the actual injuries, did you record as part of the process, did you record Mr. Arriola's height and weight?
Yes.
And do you recall that, or do you need to look at your report?
I believe he was roughly about 5 feet and 9 inches and about 199 pounds.
Okay. All right. And you documented, you said what you would do is document the external injuries?
Yes.
And what, if any, external injuries did you observe and document for Mr. Arriola?
There were gunshot wounds on the body. There were also some minor scratches and bruising on the limbs.
Okay. And can you, you can circle on your screen, can you circle what the external injuries that you observed that you're referring to?
Yes. There was a gunshot wound labeled as A on the right side of the face. There was another gunshot wound that is in the right, we call it supraclavicular region, but right above the right collarbone. Those were entrance wounds. There was a gunshot exit wound on the left side of the chest. There was an abrasion on the front of the right leg, and there was a bruise on the back of the left thigh that's on the body diagram.
Okay, now, if I understand correctly, bruises are hard to age, is that correct?
Yes.
So are you able to give any kind of an idea of when this bruise and these abrasions might have occurred?
No.
What about the abrasion that you documented on the thigh? Same thing?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know how to clear that? Can you show her how to clear or you know more than I do? Okay. So let's take this away for a while, and I want to talk a little bit more in detail about some of the findings that you made. Starting with, this is State's Exhibit 103. And what is this picture, why was this picture photographed? What is this trying to document?
This photograph serves two purposes. One is it's our typical identification photo. It serves for identification. It also documents an abrasion or a scratch on the nose, on the bridge of the nose.
Could you tell if that abrasion was fresh or not?
It appears recent. Can I say if it happened the day before he died? No, I cannot.
And obviously, once the heart stops, there's no bleeding, correct?
That's correct.
So can you tell, is there any way to tell whether this abrasion was done before death or after death?
It doesn't have the features of what we call a post-mortem lesion. Those are usually yellow and discolored and don't show any tissue reaction. However, it could have happened as a perimortem event or an antemortem event. Perimortem meaning it could have been associated with a terminal fall, or it could have happened before death.
Is there any way to determine exactly what caused that abrasion?
It's caused by blunt trauma, and that's all I can say.
Is it possible that could have been caused by being struck with the blunt end of this weapon?
It is possible.
Is it possible it could have been caused by falling against, if I say a tote, do you know what I mean by a tote? Let me see if I can find a picture of it. State's Exhibit 46. Is it possible, do you see that tote? That's what I mean by a tote.
Yes.
Is it possible that it could have been caused by him falling against that tote?
Yes, that is possible.
Thank you. This is State's Exhibit 104. And what is this photograph depicting? What, if any, injuries can you see on that particular photo?
This photograph depicts the body after the clothing has been removed and after the body has been cleaned. What is evident in this photograph, if I can demonstrate, is a gunshot entrance wound on the right supraclavicular or above the collarbone region, and a gunshot exit wound on the left side of the chest.
Now, you talked about in the diagram that there was an injury to the right temple, but is that visible on this particular photograph?
No.
Where would it have been approximately? Can you point to it?
On
Or
myself?
on the photograph?
It would be over on the right, just in front of the right ear.
Oh, okay, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 105. What is that photograph of?
This is a gunshot entrance wound that I described previously. It's in the pre-auricular or in front of the right ear region. This photograph is taken before the wound is cleaned, which is a common practice for me for gunshot wounds. The reason being is because things like soot can be wiped away once the wound is cleaned.
And in this particular wound, did you note any type of soot?
Yes, there was material that was present around the entrance and on the earlobe that appeared to be soot.
Okay. And when you say soot, would that be from a weapon?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 106. And what is this a picture of?
This is a picture of the same gunshot entrance wound that's in front of the right ear. This is after the wound has been cleaned. What is evident surrounding the gunshot entrance wound, which the photo's a little bit dark, is some thermal changes of the skin surrounding the entrance wound and little small abrasions on the skin surrounding the entrance wound that are consistent with gunpowder stippling.
And what does that tell you as a pathologist?
The presence of gunpowder stippling characterizes the wound as an intermediate range of fire.
And what distances would that be?
That distance, the answer is it depends, and it depends on the type of weapon and the ammunition fired. To get the best idea of what that distance is, you would need to test fire the weapon with the exact ammunition. Generally speaking, however, in the forensic world, and again, this is a generalization, you're usually talking about a distance between the muzzle of the firearm to the body of about 2 inches up to 2 feet.
2 inches to 2 feet. Now, before we go on to the other injuries, would it be easier to talk about the internal injuries caused by these wounds, or would it be easier to go one wound at a time like we're doing? What's easier for you?
I can do whatever you prefer.
Okay. We'll talk about, let's stay with this injury, the one on the above the right ear. What happened, what could you determine, let me rephrase. What injuries were caused when that trajectory entered Mr. Arriola's right temple?
So that projectile entered in front of the right ear. It traveled down through the oral cavity. It traveled down through the neck and injured some major blood vessels in the neck. And then it crossed the midline of the front of the body. And I also forgot to mention that it fractured or broke 3 cervical vertebrae when it traveled down through the neck. It crossed the midline and fragmented, and we recovered fragments of that projectile in the left chest area. It also injured the left lung. And so you're talking about a trajectory of right to left and downward.
Did that cause any sort of internal bleeding?
Yes.
Would that wound by itself be fatal?
Yes.
All right, let's move on to State's Exhibit 107. Okay, and that, I think you testified earlier that on the diagram that depicted another gunshot wound.
Yes.
Can you describe that one for the jury a little bit?
This is a gunshot entrance wound above the right collarbone or clavicle. This wound, or this photograph was taken before the body was cleaned, and so you can depict that there's some blood surrounding that entrance wound. What I don't see surrounding the entrance wound here is soot or gunpowder stippling. If I can also go on to say that I did look at the clothing. The decedent was wearing 2 shirts. He's wearing a black T-shirt or a black, I think it might have been long sleeve, and then another shirt over that. On the outer layer of clothing, I did not note any gunpowder particles with my own eye.
And again, as a pathologist, what does that indicate to you?
It would be consistent with a distant range of fire if I don't see gunpowder particles. To get a better idea of if there's gunpowder particles on the shirt, there's laboratory testing that the OMI doesn't do that another lab could do.
And your distances, if I understand right, they're approximate distances, yes?
Yes.
And State's Exhibit 108, is that, looks like a different view or a closer view?
Yes, this is a closer up, a closer photo.
And this is an entry wound too?
Yes, this is the same gunshot entrance wound that is above the right collarbone.
And before we move on, could you, same as we did with the other gunshot wound, could you describe what kind of internal injuries you observed as a result of this gunshot wound?
Yes, this gunshot wound, the projectile entered above the right collarbone and traveled underneath the skin. It went into the chest cavity and injured the major blood vessels that go to the heart. So one of those being the very large vessel called the aorta. So it went through the aorta and a very large different blood vessel that goes into the heart. It also went through the left lung and exited the left side of the chest.
So would this wound, without, let's say that this was the only wound, would this wound have been fatal?
Yes.
Now, as a pathologist, is there any way for you to determine which wound happened first and which one happened second?
No.
Can you give an opinion about, you say that each of these wounds independently would be fatal. Is there any way to know how fast a person would succumb to those wounds?
There are injuries to major blood vessels, and it doesn't, the answer in forensics quite commonly is it depends. They may not have been immediately fatal. They would have resulted in significant blood loss. And so you could be talking of about seconds of survival prior to death.
But you're saying seconds, so not minutes or longer than that, you don't think?
I don't believe he would have survived on the level of minutes with an injury to the aortic arch.
All right, now let's move on to State's Exhibit 109. That's the right, I think it's better this way. Yeah. No, which way makes more sense? Probably this way, right?
The number at the bottom is correct.
On my bottom is. I didn't get puzzles as a small child. It's not there we go. Now, what is this depicting?
This is a photograph of it's a close-up, but it's the left side of the chest. And what is depicted and annotated by the letter C, as well as the case number, is a gunshot exit wound on the left side of the chest. This is the gunshot exit wound that is associated with the wound path from the entrance on the right collarbone region.
And how do you know that? How do you determine that?
So when a projectile goes through the body, it creates a hemorrhagic wound path, which you can usually follow the wound track through the body, which we were able to do in this case.
And then State's Exhibit 110. That one.
This is a close-up of the gunshot exit wound on the left side of the chest.
And how can you tell it's an exit wound versus an entry?
There are certain features of an entrance wound. Number one is that when a bullet hits the skin, it makes an abrasion on where it enters the skin. And it actually takes the skin with it, such that if you tried to close that wound, you can't close it perfectly because the skin is actually missing. When the bullet or the projectile exits the skin, it pushes the skin out and doesn't take the pieces of skin with it. So if you try to reapproximate that, you can put the skin back together precisely without any missing skin. Generally speaking, an exit wound doesn't have an abrasion. That's not always true if the skin's pushed against something, but there is no abrasion here as well.
Is there anything about those wounds that I haven't already asked you about that you feel is important to testify about?
No, I neglected to mention that the trajectory for the second gunshot wound track is also right to left and downward.
Okay, so they were both right to left and downward?
Yes.
And I think the next series are some photographs, it looks like, of Mr. Arriola's hands. So we'll kind of go through those kind of quickly. Is it common to take pictures of the decedent's hands?
Yes.
Why do you do that?
We want to document any injuries that might be on the hands or any potential trace evidence that we can see with our own eyes that might be on the hands.
And I apologize, that was State's Exhibit 120 if I didn't say it. So did you see any of that on this, that would be depicted in this particular photo?
No.
What is this kind of reddish stain looking?
So that red discoloration on the index finger is livor mortis. It's postmortem settling of blood, and it's dependent on gravity.
Okay. So we look at State's Exhibit 111. That looks like, so there's some red, but then there's like a mark in between where it looks like there's no redness. What could account for that?
Yes, this is the right hand, the palm of the right hand, and what you can see is blanching in the center of the hand. There is a photo from the scene where there was something in the right hand that was documented by photograph on scene.
And could that account for that lack of, what do you call it, liver?
Livor, yes.
Livor. So could that account for that lack of livor there?
Yes.
And how much pressure would it take? In other words, would someone have to be squeezing it really hard or just lightly pressing to cause that sort of?
It doesn't take a lot of pressure to cause the livor to blanch once it's before it becomes fixed. At some point, the livor won't blanch anymore. However, for example, when a field investigator is on scene, in order to demonstrate the state of the livor on scene, sometimes the field investigator will place a gloved hand on the back, and it'll actually leave a handprint temporarily, and they'll photograph that to show that the livor had not settled at that point.
State's Exhibit 112. What is This is another picture of Mr. Arriola's hands, looks like it's showing his knuckles.
Yes, this is showing the back of the hand, and these are before the hands have been cleaned. There's no injuries that are evident. There is blood on the hands.
So I'm looking at this right here. Is that an injury or is that just blood?
No, that is just blood.
So you didn't note any injuries on his hands at all?
That's correct.
State's Exhibit 13, same thing. There's some, is this, is that also liver?
Yes.
Liver or liver?
A liver. It maybe depends on what part of the country you're in.
Okay. Any injuries that you noted on the hand?
No.
State's Exhibit 114. Okay, and there are some red marks there. Did you note those as injuries?
No, I did. They were not interpreted to be injuries at the time of examination.
What were they just?
It could be some liver discoloration. We didn't think they were bruises or scratches.
And if they had been, you would have documented those on your diagram and in your report?
Yes.
And what about this one? In particular, let me see. There looks like there's some reddish substance there. Was that from an injury?
It was from an injury, but not an injury on the hands. It was from the scene where the hand was resting in blood.
Okay, so there was no injury on his hand corresponding to that blood?
Correct.
And any other injury? Did you note any other injuries on his hands?
No.
His hand?
No.
State's Exhibit 116. I think this might just be the other hand, but same question. No evidence of injuries on that hand?
That's correct.
$117. Now this looks like a close-up of the thumb and thumbnail. What would be the purpose of doing a close-up like that?
I don't know why they took a close-up of the thumb, but I don't see any injuries there. I mean, it is typical to take a photograph to show this aspect of the hand. Meaning, when I say this, I'm sorry. We're talking about the what we would call the outside of the index finger and the thumb. So it's a typical photo.
Okay. State's Exhibit 118. This purplish-looking area here and the purplish red area, is that also still just from liver?
Yes, I believe so.
And any indication of any injuries on that photograph or that you observed?
No.
Okay. Finally, State's Exhibit 119. Again, the other hand, any signs of injuries that were documented either with that photograph or upon observation?
No.
In your findings and conclusions, Dr. Gerald, what kinds of findings and conclusions by law are you required to determine, if you will?
We determine the cause of death and the manner of death.
And can you explain to the jury what the difference is?
The cause of death is what type of injuries or natural disease actually led to the demise of the person. It could be natural disease, it could be an injury. In this case, the cause of death, if I may say,
Yes.
is gunshot wounds.
Okay. And so what's manner of death? What does that mean?
In this state, we have a number of choices for manner of death, or classifications of manner of death, which includes natural, accident, homicide, suicide, and undetermined.
Okay. And in this particular case, what did you determine to be the manner of death?
The manner of death is homicide.
And when you make that that's a medical conclusion, right?
Yes,
So it's not a legal conclusion.
that's correct.
Okay. So what factors go into making that determination of the manner of death?
The manner of death is a combination of the anatomic findings based on the autopsy findings and the investigative circumstances surrounding the death of the person.
Now, is it common procedure to have a toxicology report, toxicology analysis done on the decedent?
Yes,
And was that done in the case of Mr. Arriola?
yes,
And did you receive a copy of that report?
yes.
Okay. Before I ask you what the results were, let me ask you this. Did the results of that report alter your opinion regarding the cause or manner of death?
No.
Okay. And in general, what were the findings of the toxicology report? If you need to refer to the report, you may.
There was a blood alcohol concentration of 0.118. There was cocaine present. There was a compound present called cocaethylene. That compound is formed when cocaine and alcohol are consumed within a relatively short amount of time of each other, and it is biologically active, having similar properties of cocaine. And there was a breakdown product of cocaine, which was benzyl ecgonine. And then I would have to refresh my memory for anything else that was on there.
Let me just see if I can. I'm not going to enter this into evidence, but I'd like to show you a copy of the report so I could ask you some questions about it, if that's all right. May I approach you?
You may.
It says NMS Labs. What is NMS Labs? Do you know?
NMS Labs is the laboratory that we utilize for forensic toxicology. They are an accredited laboratory and located out of state.
Okay. And if you look on the signature page of that document, who was that signed by?
This was signed by Jolene Beerley, who is a forensic toxicologist.
Okay, a forensic toxicologist is different than a forensic pathologist, right?
Yes.
Okay. And are you an expert in forensic toxicology?
No.
Okay. Have you ever testified as an expert in forensic toxicology?
No.
Okay. In general, do you feel qualified to talk about the general effects of the amount of cocaine that you see from this report on an individual?
I can only speak in generalities, and I would only be repeating what is written on the report.
Okay. And to your knowledge, does that, I mean, a lot of it depends on the individual, correct? I mean, do you even know?
It depends on what you're
In other
talking.
words, okay, I'm sorry, that was a bad question. Let me rephrase. So an amount that might cause an effect on me might be different than the same amount would cause on a different person, right?
I'm going to object. I think she just said she can't testify to these types of specifics.
Well, if she's going to be allowed to talk about it, then
I'll allow it.
do you not understand the question?
I do understand the question. It depends on what substance you're talking about.
Okay, let's start with cocaine.
I can't testify to what concentration might cause what effect. I can generally speak that Cocaine is a stimulant, and is an illicit stimulant, so it has been associated with aggressive behavior.
Okay. But not in all people?
It depends on the concentration, which I can't testify about.
But can you give any testimony on the effect that whatever concentration was in Mr. Arriola's blood, what effect it had on him on February 29th?
I cannot.
And he also had, looks like, some cannabis in his system?
There were breakdown products of marijuana, yes.
And what are the general effects of cannabis?
That I cannot testify to because it rarely, if ever, has a determination factor in cause of death. And not in this case.
Okay. Okay, and is part of the decomposition of the body, part of that process produces ethanol, correct?
It can in states of moderate to severe decomposition.
Okay. So in this case, was that a factor?
No.
You think? No? Okay. I have 1 second, Your Honor.
You may.
I might not have asked you this. My co-counsel says I didn't. What does distant range of fire mean? What would the distances be for that?
And again, I'll go back to the best estimate for that range would be to test fire the actual weapon with the ammunition that was used. But again, generally speaking, for distant range of fire, you're talking roughly 2 feet or more, and we can't tell if it's 2 feet or 10 feet.
I retrieved the report. Let's take a look at that report. A moment. So, as a medical doctor, can you testify, or do you know whether alcohol is generally considered a depressant?
It is, yes, I can.
Okay. And what about marijuana or cannabis? If you know.
I would not testify to that.
Okay. I'll pass the witness, Your Honor. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Gerald. Sorry. I'm calling you Harold. Okay.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
All right, so you described during direct examination some of the process that your office goes through when you are conducting a death investigation. Do you remember testifying to that?
Yes.
And a death investigation, would you agree, does not involve just one person in your office, but a team of people?
Yes.
And that first step in this investigation would be the field investigator, correct?
Yes.
And the field investigator is the individual who actually goes out to the scene?
Yes.
And that's not you, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And while out on scene, the field investigator is, like I think you testified, speaking with law enforcement, is that correct?
Yes.
And also taking pictures of the scene?
Yes.
And processing the body on scene?
Yes.
Okay. And before you begin your external examination, there is a briefing in your office, isn't that correct?
Yes.
And during that briefing, does the field investigator kind of run through their investigation?
It's not the field investigator, but a central office investigator.
Okay. And they're kind of sharing with you the information they received from the scene?
Yes.
And does that help guide your autopsy?
It gives us an idea of how to triage.
Okay, and what does that mean, triage?
It helps us decide whether we're going to do an autopsy or a homicide workup. If we're going to do an autopsy, meaning that we're going to collect certain evidence at the time of autopsy, or if we're just going to do an external examination and not open the body.
Okay. I don't think I have all the photos.
The autopsy photos?
Yeah. Oh, is this also? All right, so the field investigator, as you said, they're taking photos. For example, I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 98. And you've already testified that this is a photo that was taken by the field investigator out at the scene. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then State's Exhibit 99. That was also out at the scene?
I think, but I can't be sure. The decedent's in the body bag, but I can't tell if the floor is in our lab or on the scene, to be honest.
Okay. And did you review all of the photos in the autopsy file before you testified today
Yes.
in preparation?
Yes.
Okay. Permission to approach? Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Doctor, I handed you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit I. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes.
Is that one of the photos that is part of your file?
Yes, I believe it is.
And what is that a photo of?
It's a photo of a rifle that was present on scene.
Okay, and was that a photo that was taken by your field investigator?
Yes.
At this time, the defense would move for the admission of Defendant's Exhibit I.
No objection, Your Honor.
He'll be admitted.
All right. May I approach?
You may.
And may I publish?
You may.
So just so that the jury can see what we were just talking about, this photo is a photo of a firearm that your field investigator took at the scene that evening.
Yes.
All right, thank you. In addition to sending the field investigator out there, does your office also catalog the property that comes in with a body?
Yes.
And what do you do with personal effects and property that comes in with the body?
In this case, since this was a homicide workup, the property of the decedent becomes evidence, and it is submitted to the corresponding law enforcement agency as evidence. So it is packaged.
Okay, and before you send that off to the law enforcement agency, is it documented?
Yes.
And how do you document it?
It is documented in an inventory, and it is photo documented as well.
Okay. Permission to approach?
You may.
Doctor, I've handed you two more photos marked Defendants Exhibits M and N. Would you please take a look at those?
Yes.
And do you recognize those photos?
Yes.
Are those photos that are from your file?
Yes.
And were those taken by someone in your office?
Yes.
And what are they photos of?
One is a photograph of a straw, and the other is a photograph of a glass pipe.
And are these items that came in with Mr. Arriola's remains?
Yes.
And is this some of the property that was turned over to law enforcement?
Yes.
At this time, the state would, or the defense would move forward the admission of Exhibits M and N.
No objection,
Will be
Your Honor.
admitted.
Thank you. May I approach?
You may.
And so this would be Defendant's Exhibit M, and is this the straw that you were just talking about?
Yes.
And this came in with the remains?
Yes.
And Defendant's Exhibit N, is that the glass pipe that came in with Mr. Arriola's remains?
Yes.
And do you happen to know where, were they in his pocket, or do you have any idea of where in his remains these were found?
I don't recall.
Okay. Now, during the autopsy, you are looking at injuries, obviously, and you've already testified to those. But there's also an internal examination done, you said, of the organs?
Yes.
And are you also looking for any natural diseases?
Yes.
And did Mr. Arriola have any natural diseases that you observed?
Yes.
What did he have?
He had fatty changes of the liver.
And what is a fatty change of the liver?
There's multiple reasons to have fatty changes of the liver. The two of the most common are obesity and or alcohol use.
Okay. And so was he obese?
I believe his, I don't recall if his body mass index was 25 or 29, but I wouldn't characterize him as obesity by my recollection of his overall physique.
Okay. So then the other likely cause would be alcoholism?
It would be the most common cause. I'm sorry.
Sorry, I don't think that's what she said. She said alcohol use.
Okay, she already answered the question. Move on from there.
Clarify.
Okay. So alcohol use is another way?
Yes.
Okay. Would excessive alcohol use be a way that this is caused?
Yes.
Okay. Now, talking about the toxicology report, Ms. Romo asked you a number of questions regarding it. I only have a few. To start with, the toxicology revealed that Mr. Arriola had alcohol in his system, and you said that that was at a level of 0.118 grams?
Yes.
Okay. And if you could give us some context, so 0.118, do you know if that is above the legal limit for alcohol for driving in this state?
Yes, the legal limit for driving in this state is 0.08.
Okay, so this is 0.118, so about 0.03 above the legal limit?
Yes.
Okay. And you said that there was cocaine in his system. Do you recall the amounts?
I do not.
Okay. But there was the active ingredients of cocaine in his system?
Yes.
And I think you also testified as to, was there metabolites of cocaine in his system as well?
Yes.
So what does that tell you when you see the active and the inactive metabolites of cocaine?
It would mean that he had not broken down cocaine completely into its metabolites or its breakdown products. So it would indicate more recent use, and I can't testify how recent.
Okay, fair enough. And then you also testified on direct exam that there was coca-ethylene in his system, and you explained that that is a compound that's formed when cocaine and alcohol are consumed together?
Yes.
And when they're consumed together, does this mean that this is consumption that is close in a time frame to each other?
Yes.
All right. And you said you could only speak in generalities to the effects that coca-ethylene would have on somebody, but so coca-ethylene, is that, does that correlate to possible increased aggressiveness?
It would have a similar effect as cocaine itself. Some textbooks say it's more biologically active than cocaine. Others resources say it's less active, but it has similar properties of cocaine.
Okay. And so some of those are properties, including the aggression, increased aggression, also increased excitement.
Yes, it's a stimulant. It would cause increased heart rate, increased blood pressure, and aggression can be a symptom, yes.
Okay. And risk-taking?
I think that's outside my purview.
Okay. Would it help to refresh your memory to review the toxicology report that is part of your investigation?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. This goes beyond what your ruling was, and she's not a toxicology expert. She's not a forensic toxicologist. She's reading somebody else's report.
Ms. Moss.
I don't think it's outside of the scope of your ruling, and Ms. Roma has already talked to her about this. I'm just doing a little bit of...
To refresh your recollection, right?
Yes.
I'll allow that.
All right. Have you had a chance to refresh your memory?
Yes.
And is risk-taking associated with this coca-ethylene?
Yes.
All right, thank you. May I approach just to
You may.
retrieve? Another thing that is noted in the toxicology report is benzo, like cogonine? I don't know how to say that. Could you help me with that?
Sure, benzyl ecgonine.
And what is that?
That's a breakdown product of cocaine.
And when you see a breakdown product of cocaine, what does that mean?
It means that the body has time to break it down in the bloodstream from its an parent compound of cocaine and start to break it down into other things.
Okay. So seeing both the benzoyl-lycopene and the coca-ethylene and the active cocaine in the system, does that show a history of cocaine use?
If you're talking about in the blood, and only in the blood, it could mean that cocaine was consumed. You could have breakdown products from cocaine consumption the day before, or I can't tell if it's the day before, and plus recent cocaine use. What I can tell you is that there is active cocaine in the blood.
Okay. In addition to the toxicology screen for blood, there was also a urine screen, is that correct?
Yes.
And the urine screen showed the presence of cocaine metabolites?
Yes.
Does that tell you anything different from what we've already talked about regarding the cocaine that was seen in his blood?
Yes.
And what does it tell you?
The most accurate determination of compounds that might have indicated intoxication is through analysis of the blood. The presence of cocaine in the urine means that there's been enough time for cocaine to be broken down and deposited into the urine.
Okay. So it's just another piece of information that goes into the bigger picture?
Yes.
Okay. And in the urine, it also indicates that there was cannabinoids?
Yes.
What are cannabinoids?
They're breakdown products of marijuana.
Okay. And I think you previously testified that there was also marijuana found in his blood?
There's breakdown products of marijuana in the blood, yes.
Okay. Now, going back to State's Exhibit 99. You testified on direct examination that you did an inspection, or you looked at his clothing. Is that correct?
Yes. And
And you didn't observe any gunshot powder on his clothing?
right.
Is this the clothing that you were referring to?
Yes.
Okay. And you also testified that there is laboratory testing that can be conducted on the clothing. Is that correct?
Yes.
Who makes the determination about whether to send the clothing out for that additional laboratory
Objection
testing?
beyond the scope of her expertise.
I'm asking who decides.
She doesn't know.
I think she knows that
If
she does
knows,
it.
I'll allow it.
Okay, thank you.
That would be law enforcement if they would like to determine if things like nitrite and lead would be on the clothing.
Okay, so that's something you don't decide, that's something for law enforcement?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. As part of your investigation, does your office take fingernail clippings?
Yes.
When do you take those fingernail clippings?
The fingernail clippings are taken before the body is opened. This is before, and also before the body is cleaned.
The photos we saw of the hands, were those photographs taken before or after the clippings?
It looked like some of them were taken before and some were taken after.
Okay. And is this before or after the body is cleaned?
For what part?
Do you clean the body just one time, or is it in steps?
The fingernail clippings are taken before any cleaning is done. So there is cleaning that's done in steps, which is because the body has a front side and a back side.
And then what do you do with the fingernails?
The fingernails are packaged and submitted as evidence.
And does your office ever conduct testing on the fingernails?
No.
Is that something for law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, there's a lot of photos here. Okay. All right. State's Exhibit 103. Ms. Romo asked you a series of questions during direct exam regarding the possible genesis of the laceration on Mr. Arriola's nose. This abrasion that you see on his nose, could that have occurred from him falling forward and hitting his face on the ground?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, you saw photos of how his body was found,
Yes.
and his body was found face down on the ground. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 104. So here we're looking at a close-up of Mr. Arriola's torso, is that correct?
Yes.
Could you point to where gunshot wound B is located in the photo?
Gunshot wound B is my arrow is not pointing at it, but is the entrance wound in the right collarbone region.
Okay. And then, did you testify on direct exam that the other injury that we see, I guess right here, that would be the exit wound for the same projectile?
Yes.
If you could, would you just draw a line that shows us the path that that bullet took through Mr. Arriola's body?
Now you've done it.
So that is the path one of the bullets took through his body?
Yes.
Okay. And so can you testify, and I don't know if you can you testify as to where the firearm would have been when it went off and created that path?
No.
Okay. I don't know how to erase that line now. Do you know how? Thank you. And I know we can't see gunshot wound A because that's the one that goes through the right temple, you said?
Yes.
But you testified to the path that it took through Mr. Arriola's body. could you please do the same thing and just draw for us on this photo the path it took?
Yes. I'm going to stop at the left chest because it fragmented, and we recovered the fragments in the left chest.
Okay. And then I guess, could you just draw another line from B to C? Okay. And so you had testified that with both of these, it was a right to left downward.
Yes.
Okay. Would you agree that that indicates that when he was not shot from the front?
It all depends on the positioning of the firearm and positioning of the body.
Okay. Would you agree the position of the firearm would not have been pointed at him in the front?
I would agree with that.
Okay. And it wasn't pointed at him in the back?
I would agree with that.
Would you agree that the firearm must have been pointing somewhat in this approximate
Yes.
manner? May I have just a minute?
You may.
And so the gunshot wound to the right temple, you said that was like a intermediate range?
Yes.
So anywhere from 2 inches to about 2 feet?
Generally speaking, yes.
Okay. Kind of a wide range there.
Yes.
And then for the distant one, that was the one that went through from here to here, distant, that's anywhere approximately 2 feet and further?
Yes.
Okay, but the best way to determine that, you said, was through firearms testing?
Yes, there could be testing of the clothing for nitrite or lead.
Okay. And then also testing that firearm with the same ammunition?
Yes,
And that's not something your office does, though?
that's correct.
Okay. All right, thank you so much, Doctor. I have no further questions.
Dr. Gerald, let's start with kind of the last series of questions that you were asked about how the weapon may or may not have been positioned. The trajectory that you have testified about, could that also have been caused if the shooter was standing above a person that was either kneeling or on his hands and knees?
Yes.
And when Ms. Moss showed you this report in a document, and you read that one of the effects of cocaine is risk-taking, did you know that before, or did you just read the report?
This was not something I recollected from before.
Okay. And does this report also say that part of the effects could be euphoria?
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah. But you didn't write this report, right?
That's correct.
And the person who wrote it, let's see, who was her name again? Ms. Beerley, I think. Jolene Beerley, who actually did the testing and the result. Did you ever talk to her about her report?
No.
Or how she conducted her tests?
No.
So you don't know anything about the way it was tested or the results, correct? I mean, about the way that she obtained the results.
I am familiar with the method of testing, but it's not something that I could perform myself.
And you don't know what kind of quality control was used, or if there was quality control other than by hearsay?
No, I only know that they're a board-certified laboratory. Excuse me.
Have you ever heard the term functioning alcoholic or functioning addict?
Sure.
What does that mean to you?
It would mean that there is a person who might appear to have normal behavior, but have systems in their, or have substances in their system.
Okay, so I guess, so the question, the follow-up question to that would be, you don't know what effect, if any, the amount of substances that this report indicates was in Mr. Arriola. You can't testify to what, if any, effect it had on his behavior on the night of February 29th, 2020, correct?
That would be correct.
And were any of the results of the toxicology report, were any of those results, did any of those results factor into your determination of cause or manner of death?
No.
Did the, see if I say it right, the fatty liver, was it fatty liver disease?
Fatty liver changes.
Did that contribute to his death that night?
No.
Thank you. Nothing further. You may, I think she can be excused.
You have nothing further, Doctor? Maybe watch your step on the way down. Let's take a 10 or 15-minute break at this time.
All right.
Say, who's your next witness?
Your Honor, our next witness is the DNA analyst,
Okay.
and I asked her to be here at 3. I told her to stay around, but she drove back to Santa Fe.
So he
She was-
didn't stay, or she
No,
didn't?
she was here at 10:30 when I asked her to be here, and I told her to stay around, and she drove back to Santa Fe, so she's on her way back now.
We'll take and then the other witness you have is Detective Thomas, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, why don't we do this? Take a little extra long break. Let's get done with the DNA person today.
Yes, sir.
All right? Okay. We'll be in recess now. Okay, everyone but myself and our witness may be seated. Let me show you that. You swear affirm the testimony you're about to give the truth on the authority of law.
I do.
Go ahead and take a seat.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Can you please state and spell your name for the court reporter?
Sure. My name is Jennifer Otto, O-T-T-O.
And where do you work, Miss Otto?
I am employed at the New Mexico Department of Public Safety Forensic Laboratory in Santa Fe.
Okay. And what do you do for the New Mexico Department of Public Safety Forensic Laboratory?
So my current position is as the Biology and DNA Unit Supervisor. So that involves a few key roles, not only supervising the other DNA analyst employees, doing performance evaluations, ordering, grant management, that sort of thing on the administrative side. I am also, and have been for the last 10 plus years, the DNA technical leader, which is a position that is required by the FBI quality assurance standards for DNA testing laboratories, where I oversee all of our protocols, validations of new techniques, training of new employees, our proficiency testing program, and overall our general quality assurance program within the DNA unit specifically. In addition to those, I also am a caseworking analyst, which means I process and test and analyze evidence that is submitted to the laboratory for forensic DNA testing.
Thank you, ma'am. And how long have you worked there at we'll just call it NMDPS?
I have been employed there for 15 years, actually, as of today.
Happy anniversary or
Thanks.
not. What are you told us a little bit about your caseload. Are those your typical duties, or do you have any additional?
Yes, between those three roles as the supervisor, the DNA technical leader, and a caseworking scientist, that encompasses all of my roles and responsibilities within our laboratory.
Okay. In your role as a caseworking analyst, how many samples do you test a month?
Oh gosh, in a month, that's kind of hard to say because it does ebb and flow with my other responsibilities, but I would say at least within a year's span, probably several thousand.
How many do you think you've tested in your entire career?
In my entire career, I'm easily in the tens of thousands of samples.
Okay. So let's start talking about your education. What degrees do you hold, ma'am?
I have a Bachelor's of Science degree in biology from Texas Lutheran University and a Master's of Science degree in forensic genetics from the University of North Texas Health Science Center.
And what education specifically is required to do DNA analysis?
So to be a qualified forensic DNA analyst, there are a couple of things that are required per those FBI quality assurance standards. One is that you do have to have a bachelor's degree in a science-related field such as biology, chemistry, or forensic science. And you have to have certain coursework within your undergraduate and or graduate programs to meet the requirements, and that is coursework in genetics, biochemistry, molecular biology, and statistics or population genetics.
Is there also an on-the-job training portion?
Yes. Any new employees that have not previously been a qualified forensic DNA analyst are required to go through at least 6 months of training as per the FBI quality assurance standards before they can do independent casework.
Okay, ma'am. And can you tell the jury about the lab where you work? Is it an accredited lab?
Yes. The New Mexico DPS Forensic Lab is an accredited laboratory. We are accredited by an agency called A2LA, which stands for the American Association for Laboratory Accreditation. And what this means is that this external third-party organization comes to our laboratory and inspects all aspects of how we perform our work, from how we hire individuals, their training and qualifications, our procedures, how we document things, everything that is involved in the administration of a forensic laboratory, to make sure we're meeting not only the FBI quality assurance standards for specifically the biology and DNA lab, But there are international standards that we have to follow throughout all of the sections of the laboratory to be an accredited laboratory.
And how often do these reviews take place?
These external assessments happen every 2 years.
Are there also internal audits within your lab?
Yes, when we are not having an external audit, such as we are about to have in about 5 or 6 weeks from this A2LA agency, the off years, we are required to do an internal audit of ourselves.
Now, this A2LA agency, you said that does the audits. Is that who ensures that you're also following FBI quality assurance standards?
Yes, that is a secondary inspection of just the DNA unit. But during that assessment, we will not only be assessed to those international standards that the entire laboratory has to follow, but our unit will be assessed to also the FBI quality assurance standards.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Otto. And now let's talk about the training you received specifically relating to your work there at the New Mexico DPS lab. How long did you have to train before you were proficient to perform your own DNA testing?
So because I came to New Mexico DPS as a qualified DNA analyst from my previous employment, my training was only a few months long to familiarize myself with this laboratory's procedures and how we report things. So mine was an abbreviated training because I came to this laboratory as an already qualified DNA analyst.
Where did you work previously, Ms. Otto?
For the 4 years prior to my employment here and after graduate school, I was employed by an independent laboratory called Identigene in Houston, Texas.
And do you have to take proficiency exams?
Yes. Every qualified DNA analyst is required to take 2 proficiency tests every year.
And have you passed all of your proficiency exams?
Yes, I have.
As part of your training, what training did you receive on maintaining the integrity of DNA samples?
Sure, so that's kind of the foundation of all the training that I provide to new employees and how I was also trained originally, where we have only one item one item for examination open at a time to avoid cross-contamination of samples. I wear things like protective equipment such as gloves and a face mask and a lab coat so that I do not contaminate the samples and the samples do not contaminate myself. I use things like bleach and disposable papers to change in between examinations to, again, avoid cross-contamination and maintain that whatever is on the sample that I have received, that is the only DNA that I'm testing. There are also different controls used throughout the entire testing process to help monitor for things like contamination and the integrity of the samples that I'm testing.
And do other DNA analysts peer review your work?
Yes, every report issued not only through our DNA section, but through all the sections of the forensic laboratory have to go through 2 different peer reviews. The first is a technical peer review where the other person is also qualified in that specific discipline, so should know all of the procedures and controls that must be followed for that testing, and is looking for things like, making sure that the conclusions in the report are supported by all of the data in our notes and that kind of thing. The second review is an administrative review, where typically it is another peer in that same unit of the laboratory, but they're looking at things more like grammatical and typographical errors, name spellings, and checking the chain of custody before the report is even released to the law enforcement agency.
Okay. What continuing education requirements do you participate in?
So all DNA scientists are required to have at least 8 hours of continuing education every year. This is usually fulfilled by attending nationwide conferences, but can be fulfilled through things like webinars and virtual training as well.
And is that how you keep current on new developments or methods?
Yes, that's correct.
And are you up to date on all of your continuing education requirements?
Yes, I am.
And are you currently a member of any professional organizations with forensic science?
Yes, I am a member of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences.
Do you ever collaborate with your peers or with other analysts to discuss your findings and casework?
Yes, absolutely. Especially in my role as a DNA technical leader, that is my responsibility to assist my analysts with any questions or concerns that they may have with the results. Consultation between myself and my analysts or between the other analysts happens on a daily basis. And it's just sometimes the results can be confusing or complex, and you want a second person's opinion to see if you're on the right track or maybe you should rethink something.
Okay. And Ms. Otto, outside of performing casework and the duties that you mentioned as the technical leader, do you have any other duties? Well, I guess we already talked about that. Let's move on. Have you ever been qualified as an expert in court before?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
I think it's over 100 times now.
Okay. And were you qualified? What were you qualified as an expert in?
Usually it's in forensic serology and DNA analysis.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to qualify Ms. Otto as an expert in DNA analysis and serology.
No objection.
You'll be so qualified.
Thank you, sir. All right, Ms. Otto. Let's start with the basics for the jury. What is serology?
Sure. So serology is basically the identification of body fluids. So typically we're looking for things like blood, semen, or saliva.
Is there also touch DNA as well?
Yes, touch DNA is basically where a person or an object comes into contact with another person or an object, and their DNA is left behind through the means of touching. So for example, if I were to touch my hand on this countertop, my DNA may have been transferred onto there by me touching that area. And so somebody could come behind me and swab that area where I may have touched to collect potentially my DNA off of that counter. So that's not necessarily part of serology testing because there is no test that we can use to identify just touch DNA. But that's an aspect of our DNA testing that we encounter frequently.
Okay. So tell us, what's DNA? Tell the jury what DNA is.
So DNA is basically a blueprint for life. Each person inherits half of their DNA from their mother and half from their father. And it's this combination and differences that I'm looking for in my testing. No person is going to have the same DNA as another except for identical twins.
Okay. And now let's talk about how you work a case. How is evidence brought in and stored?
So evidence can be brought to the laboratory in two ways. Either it can be mailed to us through some kind of tracking service, such as UPS or FedEx or some kind of registered mail with the Postal Service, or law enforcement agencies can bring it to us in person, either in Santa Fe is where our DNA laboratory is, but we do have laboratories for chemistry testing in Hobbs and Las Cruces. So they can either bring the evidence in person or mail it to us.
And in this case, how was the evidence brought to your lab?
The evidence in this particular case was brought to us in person.
Now, how are you assigned a case? How does it work at the lab?
So in our unit, I generally don't assign cases to people. It's whatever cases are next up in the queue whenever an analyst is ready to pick up another batch of cases. They will go to the binders where we keep our cases that are still pending testing, and they will pick up another set of however many they are capable of working, and they basically will assign it to themselves. There are exceptions to that, but generally within my section, I don't assign cases to people.
Okay. And in this case, who was the analysis initially assigned to?
So for this particular case, it was assigned to a different analyst before I took over. Her name was Rosalind Archuleta, and based on a medical emergency, she had to be out of the office for an extended time that we didn't know how long she would be out of the office for. And so I took over the case at the very end of the testing.
Okay. And the portion that Ms. Archuleta had done, that would have been peer-reviewed anyway, is that correct?
Correct. All of our cases go through those 2 peer reviews, so even if Ms. Archuleta had been the analyst that actually signed the report, it still would have gone through 2 other reviews.
And did you review Ms. Archuleta's work?
Yes, I did an initial review of everything that she had done up to the point where she had to leave the office, and then made my own conclusions as to what needed to be done after that point.
And in this particular case, you said it was brought to your lab in person. So what happens with the evidence once it was brought to your lab for this case?
Sure. For any case that's brought to our laboratory, it is first received by our evidence unit. They are the people that intake the case, create a laboratory case number for the evidence that is being brought to us, and then we'll put the evidence into some kind of long-term storage vault that they have access to until such time as a DNA analyst or any other analyst is ready to actually work that evidence. At that point, any one of the analysts will make a request from the evidence unit to have that evidence retrieved from the long-term storage and then transferred into that person's custody.
And does the person who checks out the evidence the one who swabs it?
Generally, yes. If it's not an actual swab that is submitted to us, which is basically just a one-sided Q-tip, so say it's a physical item like a drinking container or soda can, most of the time, if the physical item is submitted to us for testing, it will be the analyst that is processing that case's responsibility to actually take a swabbing from that item to then get it into a format that we can use for the rest of the testing process.
Okay. And can you explain to the jury what are the steps used to process DNA?
Sure. So there's basically 4 to 5 steps involved in our DNA testing process. The first is called DNA extraction, where if we have to swab an item or receive a swab, we will take a cutting from that material, treat it with some chemicals, and run it through an instrument that helps us isolate the DNA from all of the other things that might be present on that item, and puts it into a liquid format that we can then use for the rest of the process. The next is called DNA quantification, where I need to find out how much DNA I have present in the sample. If I don't have enough DNA present, then I can't move forward with any further DNA testing. So that DNA quantification step is really important because it gives me an idea of how much DNA I have for the further steps, and it also can tell me how or what kind of quality of DNA it is. Sometimes DNA can be degraded, such as if it's been outside in the summertime for months, the DNA can start breaking down. So that DNA quantification step can give an indication if I'm going to see something like that in my result, and I can adjust for that. The third step is the amplification, where I'm making millions of copies of the DNA of interest that we use in forensic DNA testing. We don't test everything, or else that would take way too much time. So there are very specific locations that we look for in forensic DNA testing that we're going to make those millions of copies at in the amplification step. Then the last step is kind of a combined step where I take that amplified product and separate it all out based on its size through an instrument, and then use software, or computer software, to help analyze all of those results so that I can then make those interpretations and comparisons about the evidence samples that I have received and compare those results to any known DNA samples from known persons that I may have also received in a case.
Okay. And are you able to make a comparison in every case?
No, many cases I can't make any comparisons. Typically when I receive DNA mixtures, so meaning DNA or a sample that contains DNA from more than one person, sometimes there's just such a low amount of DNA present that we just can't do anything with it. And sometimes there's just so much DNA from so many contributors that is just too complex, and we also can't interpret that. So there are many times where even though I may attempt DNA testing on a sample, I may not be able to do anything with those DNA results in the end.
So if there's too little DNA, like a low amount, what would your analysis say? What would the results say?
Typically, if there's not enough DNA to make any kind of interpretation, it would say something to the effect of, maybe a partial DNA mixture was obtained, but no interpretations or comparisons can be made due to an insufficient quantity of DNA.
And if there's too many contributors to this DNA sample, what would your results say?
Something very similar. Basically, no interpretation or comparisons could be made due to the complexity of the DNA mixture.
And what happens if during your analysis one of the steps fails?
If one of the steps fails, there would first be an investigation by the analyst. It may not be something that needs to be brought to my attention as the DNA technical leader. It just kind of depends on what exactly happens in that particular scenario. But sometimes it can be easily remedied by going back and just repeating that step before moving on to the next step. Sometimes, though, there may be instances where it is something of a more serious nature that can't be repeated or, for instance, shows signs of contamination in something. That does need to be brought to my attention as a technical leader. And then in that instance, testing would pause. We would look into it. And then at some point down the line, once we've thoroughly documented what may have happened in that instance, then the testing may be repeated.
So what if you go through the extraction phase, the quantification phase, but you can't make a comparison? Do you just stop at the amplification phase, at the third phase?
I'm not sure I understand what you mean, but there are many instances where we go through the extraction step and the quantification step. And if there's just not enough DNA present, testing does stop. There is a limit to what our testing is capable of doing. And so if we detect DNA, but it's just too low to move forward with based on our protocols and validation, then testing does stop at that point in time.
Okay. And in this particular case, Ms. Otto, what evidence did you receive to test?
So our laboratory received several items in this case for testing. I can certainly list them for you here. What our item 2 was a rifle. Item 6 was a can of mace. Item 12 contained actually 7 sub-items. All of these were samples from Dean Cummings. They were various hands and face swabbings from Mr. Cummings, as well as a DNA standard from him for comparison. Item 13 was a hat. Item 14 was a t-shirt. Item 15 contained 2 jackets. Item 32 were fingernail clippings, both from the left and the right hand, from Guillermo Arriola. And item 33 was a DNA standard from Guillermo Arriola.
Okay, so Ms. Otto, can you tell us about the serology testing you did on these items?
Well, again, I just want to make very clear, I did not personally do that serology testing. That was Ms. Archuleta. I'm the one that did the final analysis and reporting of all of these tests. So for the swabs, the various swabs from the hands and face of Dean Cummings, these were items 12.1 through 12.6. There was no blood detected on any of those swabs. Then for the hat, the t-shirt, and the 2 jackets, there was also no blood detected on any of these items.
And
go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
And I was just going to say, for the hat, the t-shirt, and the 2 jackets, testing stopped at that point, and no further testing past serology was performed.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Did you review the serology testing done by Ms. Archuleta?
Yes, I did.
And did you have, after reviewing it, did you have the same conclusions?
Yes, I have no concerns that the tests were performed incorrectly or not the correct results.
So let's talk about the DNA testing that was done on these items as well. Can you tell us what information were you able to obtain from the rifle?
Sure. So For the rifle, a swabbing was taken from various areas of the rifle and gone through the entire DNA testing process. And the results are that a DNA mixture of at least 3 individuals was obtained from the rifle. Dean Cummings cannot be eliminated as a possible contributor to that DNA mixture, and Guillermo Arriola is eliminated as a contributor to the DNA mixture on the rifle.
What does it mean that Dean Cummings cannot be eliminated as a contributor?
What that means is that because I saw, or there was at least 3 contributors of DNA to the results from the rifle, there was DNA consistent with being from Dean Cummings observed in that DNA mixture. But because it seemed to be a mixture, a fairly equal mixture of at least 3 people, it's not a sample where a clear major donor or somebody contributed the most amount of DNA is. And on those cases, we can at least potentially match that one contributor that contributed more or most of the DNA to one person. I cannot make that conclusion in this instance because all of the DNA is kind of mixed and jumbled together in fairly equal amounts. So all I can say is that he cannot be eliminated from that mixture.
And Ms. Otto, can you tell us, were you able to obtain any information from the item number 6 labeled mace or can of mace?
Yes, on the can of mace, there was also a DNA mixture of at least 2 individuals present. In this instance, there was a major DNA donor, or somebody that contributed most of the DNA detected in the sample, and that matched the DNA profile from Guillermo Arriola. And the probability of selecting some other random, unrelated person that could have that same major DNA profile on the can of mace is approximately 1 in 280 octillion individuals. Dean Cummings is eliminated as a source of that major DNA profile. However, I cannot make any interpretations or comparisons about the minor or that second contributor to the sample because the amount of DNA is insufficient.
So is it possible that Dean Cummings could be present in the minor component of that, but there was just not enough information?
I really can't say either way. It may be possible, but because I can't interpret the sample, no comparisons are done, and so I don't know.
Okay, what was the next item that was submitted for DNA analysis?
So the next are the 6 various swabs of the hands and face from Dean Cummings. For one of these samples, which was 12.1, which was swabs from the right hand, there was a partial DNA mixture detected, but again, it falls into that I can't interpret or do any comparisons because the amount of DNA was insufficient. It was just too low to do any comparisons.
What about the other items, the other swabs from the face and left hand of Mr. Cummings?
Yes. So let me do one item, 12.6, which was swabs from the left hand. First, there was no DNA foreign to Dean Cummings on that sample. So meaning I only detected Dean Cummings' DNA on his own hand swabs. So there's no other DNA present on that sample. For the other 4 samples, 12.2 left side of face, 12.3 left hand, a different left hand swabs, 12.4 right hand swabs, and 12.5 left face swabs, they all have the same results. There were DNA mixtures present on all 4 of those samples. Most or the majority of the DNA detected on those samples are consistent with being from Dean Cummings, because again, these are all samples taken from his person. So I would not be surprised at that result, because these are swabs taken from him. Guillermo Arriola is eliminated as a source of the major profile obtained from those swabs, but I cannot make any interpretation or comparisons about that minor second contributor, again, because there's just insufficient amount of DNA to do those comparisons.
And Ms. Otto, it looks like you analyzed 12.1, which was swabs from the right hand, but then there was also another swab from Mr. Cummings' right hand as well. Is that correct? Looks
Yes,
like there's 2 swabs for the right hand and 2 swabs for the left hand.
Yes, there were 2 sets of each included in the swabbings that were submitted to us.
And you had different analysis for either swab, right? So there was one analysis for the left hand and then another separate analysis for the left hand part 2, but you had 2 different results. Is that correct?
Yes, they are technically different, but of a similar nature. It's just one of those sets of swabs didn't have as much information as the other set of swabs.
What else was tested, submitted to your lab for testing?
So then after those items, the only other items that were submitted for testing were the left and right hand fingernail clippings from Guillermo Arriola. And on those samples, there was no foreign DNA detected, meaning I only detected DNA from Mr. Arriola on his own fingernail clippings, which again, not surprising because they were taken from his person.
May I have a moment, Judge?
No, it's your side.
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Ms. Otto, how are you?
Good, thanks.
I'm wearing my coat because I'm cold. I just have a few follow-up questions for you. Let me grab my computer so I've got your report in front of me.
Thank you.
Do you know who it was that dropped the evidence off at the lab? Who from law enforcement? I assume it was law enforcement.
Yes, according to the records, it looks like the signature is from a Gabriela Chacon, I believe.
Okay.
Is the signature?
Thank you. And in terms of the testing that you did on the rifle, what I thought I heard you say is that you take swabs from certain parts of the rifle. Is that right? How do you test the rifle? Are you able to test every single part of the rifle?
Generally, no. It would be very difficult to make sure we get every single square centimeter of a particular object. Generally, what we try to do is go for at least areas that we think are common sense areas that people would typically handle if a firearm in general, not just a rifle, but a firearm in general, is being used. So things like the trigger area, grips, hand areas, things that would be touched by a person usually.
So in this case, and we have the rifle here, if you wanted to look at it, will you be able to tell us what portions of the rifle were tested for DNA?
I can refer to the notes, but again, as I stated, I did not personally examine the items in this case. This was Ms. Archuleta that did that. So I have her notes to go off of to say what areas that she swabbed of the gun, but I do not personally know if that is a true and accurate statement.
Let's go ahead and do that.
Okay, may
Yeah.
I refer to the notes for a moment?
Sure, absolutely. Refresh your
Okay.
memory.
So according to her notes, the grip, trigger guard, forearm,
Hang on just a second.
Okay.
Grip, trigger
Trigger
guard.
forearm, levers, and butt were swabbed.
So if I hold up this firearm, can you point to the places that were tested?
Most of them, most likely.
Let's give it a shot. Okay?
Okay, but again, I did not personally examine this item.
I heard you.
Okay.
You're testifying on behalf of more than one person in your lab. And we're doing that, I think, for efficiency's sake, so we don't have to bring in 3 people from the lab. So when you say trigger,
May I?
You may, yeah.
All right.
absolutely.
I would assume trigger's pretty easy. Little trigger. Trigger guard, probably at least underneath. I don't know how, this is a very large one, so I don't know how far forward it would have gone. Grip, obviously probably right here. Levers, I'm gonna guess maybe this for the slide. And then, but I would assume it's the very back one. Right there.
let me go through those.
Oh, forearm, I think was one. Probably,
That's right.
probably where I'm actually holding it right now.
And so, as you're holding that, when you say that, for example, the forearm was tested, at the lab, generally speaking, are you testing this entire forearm, or you're just testing a couple of different areas? That's a pretty big space.
It is a big space. I would assume probably most of this. Probably at least there are quite a lot of ridges on the sides and underneath. So I would assume at least maybe the ridged area on the sides and underneath. Not sure about the top, very top, that's more smooth.
Okay. Based on the notes, this area here was not tested.
No, I do not believe so.
Okay. And it's possible that not this entire area was tested.
It's possible, that's right.
Okay. And it looks like no parts of the scope were tested.
Nothing about the scope was mentioned.
Sure. As far as the documentation that you have no reason to believe that the scope was tested.
I do not.
Okay, understood. And I understand there's limitations to all of this. And in terms of the butt, if you know, are we talking about the entire thing or just this rubber part back here?
I'm not entirely sure. If it was me, I would do not only the back portion, but these 2 larger sides. But Ms. Marshall may have considered that entire part of the body, so I don't know.
Okay, okay. But even if she considered the entire part here, the butt of the gun, she's not going to test every inch of it.
Likely not. What we end up doing is wetting a swab, usually either water or acetone, and just kind of rubbing it against the areas that we want to test. And like I said, it's almost impossible to cover the entire square centimeter coverage area with the swabbing, but we try to get as much as we can.
All right, I appreciate you. Thank you. And just for the record, the laboratory has its own case number, right?
Yes, we do.
What's that case number?
That case number is 20 for the year 20 or 2020 -1280 DPS.
Thank you. So the swabs of Mr. Cummings' face and hands, you were only able to test for, well, you tested the swabs for DNA, right?
Correct.
And you found, not surprisingly, Mr. Cummings' own DNA on the swabs of Mr. Cummings' face and hands.
That's correct.
And some of those swabs also yielded a mixture of DNA, but there wasn't enough for you to tell whether that whether a minor contributor, being someone who was contributing to that mixture, would have been Mr. Arriola.
That's correct. I cannot say that.
And that's the same thing for the mace can. So the mace can was the major contributor was Mr. Arriola himself, correct?
That's correct.
And there was a mixture, but you can't tell whether Mr. Cummings or anyone else was a contributor of the mixture because there's not enough.
That is correct, yes.
And you also tested the swabs of the face and the hands for blood, correct?
Yes, that was conducted.
And your lab, just so we're clear, is not capable of testing the swabs of the face and the hands for other chemicals. And here's what I mean. Specifically, you can't take the swabs of Mr. Cummings' face and hands and test them for mace.
Correct. That is not at least part of the DNA unit's responsibilities. We're looking specifically for DNA. There may be other laboratories that aren't a forensic laboratory that have that capability, but within our laboratory, that is not something we can do.
In the case of the mace canister, would the entire can, especially given that it wasn't very big, would the entire can have been tested?
Yes.
Okay. Give me just one moment. Now, in terms of the items that went for testing, was one of the items that went for testing a cap to that gun scope?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Understood. Thank you. Ms. Moss? I'll pass the witness.
Ms. Walker.
I don't have any redirect time.
Okay, you may be excused. Be careful on your step down. Counsel, approach the bench. Okay, folks, we're getting there, all right? We're going to recess for the day, but let me remind you, tomorrow we start at 1 o'clock. Don't be here at 9 o'clock or so, because you'll be the only ones here. So be here at about 12:45. We get started at 1, and then we'll be done for tomorrow sometime in the late afternoon. So let's be in recess until tomorrow at 1 o'clock, all right? All right, we'll be in recess, so it'll be about 12:45. Council, the other thing I want you to do is, maybe not tomorrow, but over the weekend, is that step-down instruction, the new one, just look it over again. I don't know why they did that, but to me it's confusing. But just double-check that, right?
Yeah.
All right, we'll be in recess till tomorrow then.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
I'm not on that committee. It can't blame me.
Were you still missing one? Okay.